Good evening, and welcome to the Southern Pines Town Council business meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm turning this meeting over to our town manager, Reagan Parsons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Regarding your agenda this evening, of course, you've got 4 public hearings before you, only one of which, that being the PDP for Morgan and Park North, will be a quasi-judicial proceeding. Otherwise, you have legislative matters before you. And then regarding the items on the consent agenda, just to run through those very quickly, you have 2 appointments in Lauren Kramer and Caitlin Gironda to your Parents Commission with terms to expire in 2025. A resolution setting a hearing for the annexation of Sandhills Pediatrics and a portion of Pavilion Way that previously was not annexed to the town. That hearing will be held next month at your business meeting. You've got then 2 items that simply these are required under North Carolina General Statute, and they're notice to the public of an intent to lease. The first being with Welcome to Southern Pines, and this would be an extension on your existing lease at the Welcome Center for the operation of a Welcome Center, and we've been speaking about that the last couple of meetings. And the second is the extension on what will be the expiration of a 10-year lease or 2 5-year terms for Verizon Wireless to have some antenna on the Weymouth water tank. Once adopted, that lease will be for an additional 5 years, beginning in October of 2023, and the rent on that annual lease will go up to $63,000 with a 3% bump over each year over the 5 years as part of that, and that brings it into alignment with our other existing leases with AT&T and T-Mobile. You've got an ordinance with an amendment to the American Rescue Plan Act Grant Special Revenue Fund, and this is the one we've been discussing for a number of months that will essentially begin to free up some of those dollars and provide the data to Ms. Brubaker-Speece for purposes of the annual report to the federal government come next spring. You have the Municipal Service District Special Revenue Fund. This is simply a dotting of I's and crossing of T's relative to that which we adopted back in June and also included in the adoption of the budget that went into effect on July 1. Again, this just is a separate ordinance that sort of creates the revenue fund itself before we begin to receive any revenues into it. And then the establishment of a school zone on Carlisle Street. This is an item that was sent forward by the West Southern Pines Community Connectors, and staff had looked at it and would agree with the need to go ahead and create a school zone there and lower the speed to 25 miles an hour. That was after discussion with council. And there will be signage placed to that effect, and that speed limit will be in place 30 minutes prior to and 30 minutes following the completion of the school day, and staff is working with the school to work out those details. You've got a revision to water and sewer connection fees. This is 2 things. One is just the annual CPI increase that the code automatically places, and we do this each September in order to update the tables that are found in the Code of Ordinances. That CPI specifically for water and sewer type activities is actually a 4% increase, and you've got those fees in your packet. The other thing that is included with this is the discussion we've been having over system development fees, and in instances for single-family residential structures that are installing a fire suppression or sprinkler system, because that requires an upgrade to a 1-inch meter in order to operate those systems. It is recognized that that's a pretty significant increase on the SDF and really for no capacity concerns or considerations. So that change is being made along with this adoption to allow for a charge of the 3/4-inch fee in the instance where a fire sprinkler system is being included in a residential structure. Item I is authorizing the mayor to execute an easement with Duke Energy. This is for the undergrounding of some power that services the raw water pump station down on Drowning Creek, or very near Drowning Creek, for the water plant. 3 sets of council minutes during the month of August will then wrap up that which we are seeking approval for on your consent agenda this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reagan. Now, if you look on your agenda, there's ceremonial matters, and this is very exciting. I'm excited and appreciate the fact that the West Southern Pines Community Connections brought this to our attention, and we are officially changing the name of the building that we are in to honor E.S. Douglas. So this is the resolution to formally name the town's community center after Mayor Emanuel S. Douglas. Paul Murphy was our Rotary speaker. He doesn't know about this part. He was our Rotary speaker last Friday. He talked about how excited his family was when he was headed to Southern Pines to spend Christmas with the Douglases, because they were his family. So it's really coming into full circle. And it really is coming into full circle because he is going to stand, is Vincent here? There he is, with Vincent Gordon as I give this resolution. But I want to thank the connectors for bringing this to our attention, and I love working together to make this community a better place for all the citizens of Southern Pines. So you step down and you step forward, and this will be a framed, this is my copy, but we're going to frame it. There's going to be a copy here, and then give you all a copy, correct? Right there. Okay. Yes, come on up. Or down, or across, so whatever you have to do. Well, I'm going to read this, but this is yours now, okay? This is what it looks like for those of you who can't turn. So, whereas the town of Southern Pines owns the community center building located at 1885 West Pennsylvania Avenue, and whereas the community center is a historic and cultural asset with a long history of service to Southern Pines and the surrounding community, having first opened in 1942 as Our Lady of Victory School and eventually becoming the first integrated school in Moore County, and whereas Emanuel Stevens Douglas served on the town council for Southern Pines for 2 decades. I have great appreciation for this man. Beginning in 1968 through 1987, he was also the first African-American mayor first elected by voters to that position in 1977, whereas Mayor Douglas's service extended far beyond the town's government, with a history of service to American Legion Post 177, the West Southern Pines Civic Club, the Southern Pines Planning Board, and Citizens Advisory Committee, the Moore County Recreation Board, PD Council of Governments, Sand Hills Community Action Program, Southern Pines Library Board of Directors, and other organizations throughout the state of North Carolina. And whereas Mayor Douglas served the United States of America during World War II, stationed in the Alpine Islands over 3 years as a first sergeant. Whereas Mayor Douglas had no children of his own, but instead considered the community youth as his personal responsibility. He was a proud alumnus and student athlete of North Carolina A&T State University, where he earned advanced degrees in industrial arts education and was later inducted to the Sports Hall of Fame. Mayor Douglas was both an instructor and assistant principal in Cameron Morris Training School in Richmond County, and also served as a mentor and role model for area youth, his nieces and nephews, and non-factual. And whereas the town of Southern Pines desires to formally recognize that the community center building is named in memory of Mayor Emanuel Stevens Judge Douglas, in honor of his legacy of community service and to the rich history this building has served for Southern Pines, especially for our youth. Now therefore be it resolved by the town of Southern Pines, Town Council, in its regular session assembled on this day, that Town of Southern Pines Community Building 1185 West Pennsylvania Avenue shall be formally named the Emmanuel S. Douglas Community Center. The building shall be referred to as the Emmanuel S. Douglas Community Center, or as E.S. Douglas Community Center. Yay.
And since that was a resolution, I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you, and I appreciate, as I said, the community connectors for bringing that to our attention. Dotting i's and crossing t's, as should have been done, a long time ago. So now on to the public comments. Remember, there's 3 minutes, so I don't know, just remember, we have a very full agenda tonight, if you can see what we've got going on. So I don't know who wants to speak first. Good evening.
I am Dorothy Brower. I live at 102 Eastman Road, and this is very much appropriate to follow this. I'm not in an official capacity for the town. This is from Dorothy. Long before attorney Lemuel Wallace Dowdy Sr. gained his wings early Sunday morning, July 31st, he was already missed by the West Southern Pines community, his church, Trinity AME Zion, and others in the areas. Lem gave unselfishly and untiringly to Southern Pines and was well known with the council, having been appointed to serve on the planning board and the West Southern Pines Business Development Task Force. He was best known in my community for his dedication and work with the annual community cleanups. He and a few others spearheaded the fundraising and implementation of this effort. He even drafted his brother-in-law, who lives out of state. He saw that every object was picked up, even riding through the streets after the designated day. I think Reverend Murphy did the same thing. He attended a meeting of the newly appointed West Southern Pines Connectors to give his support and to let us know that he would continue to work with others in the community cleanup effort. An undergrad, 1967, and law school grad of the Howard University, known as the Mecca. He was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army, served a tour in Vietnam, many years of service with the Federal Trade Commission as a staff attorney. Lem was born into a family of well-respected educator parents, his mother a career teacher and his father, Dr. Lewis Dowdy, college professor and longtime president and chancellor of North Carolina A&T State University of almost 20 years. And I have a program that, ironically, Susan brought some memorabilia from Mrs., we call her little sister. His father came here many times to speak to the Alumni Association of A&T. And this was Dobbs House Restaurant, if anybody remembers that, in Whispering Pines. Lem could have been pompous. He definitely had attained the presence and the acclamations to be that. But his obituary read, through his work with organizations and his natural disposition, Lem mentored young men, advised many, and offered moral support and assistance to family, friends, and community in many ways. This I know, he left us better off than he found us. Many expressions of sympathy to his darling wife, Cynthia, his children, siblings, and other family members. We are very much appreciative for all of what you did to spearhead the efforts that he led and that he was a part of. And we're so happy that he adopted his newfound town of Southern Pines. So Lem Dowdy lives on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was honored to be his friend, and I was doubly honored because I got to speak at his service. He was an amazing man. As I said in my talk, 4 years was not enough, but I'll take 4 over none. Thank you, Dorothy. Anybody else for public comments?
Seeing nothing else out there, nobody wants to come out? Okay. Well, now on to public hearing. This is PD 0422, St. John Paul. This is a continuance from April the 12th, if you can believe that. But given the time that they've had, we were hoping and still are hoping that the two parties could work together to come to a consensus, because we find that that's the best way for projects to come together when the two sides, and I don't mean sides like they're not together, but come together. That's what we're looking for here. So I believe BJ?
Good evening, Mayor. Just wanted to say a few quick words of reminder about the application that we're going to be talking about this evening. You'll recall this is a plan development application for a conceptual development plan, CDP, which is a rezoning of the subject property, 42.2 acres. The application was heard by the planning board back in March and came to you for the opening of the public hearing in April. As you said, since that time, it's been continued. The subject parcel is outlined in red on that. That is Camp Easter Road and the new roundabout right in front of it. The subdivision that you've heard a fair bit of comment from is on the left side of the screen. And the only reason I got up here was very quickly to mention the planning board back in March saw the application as originally submitted. And even just in the public hearings that we have held and then have been continued and we've reconvened and then reconvened, you've seen the evolution of the site plan pretty dramatically. The reason I wanted to bring that to your attention is because following the planning board meeting with their recommendation of denial and the reasons for their recommendation of denial, which are in attachment A to your staff report, the project has changed quite a bit. And so the planning board didn't look at that version of it. The staff wrote up the motions based on the planning board's actions. So we didn't insert ourselves to say something different. We said, here's what the planning board said. In order to go along with that, here's the motions you would have. The reason I bring this up is coming into tonight, we did not prepare different motions. We didn't want to presume to know pretty much anything about this particular file and this particular process for sure. So what you have is the original motions going all the way back to your April hearing. They may not be appropriate at all for where you want to go with this evening. That said, according to North Carolina General Statute, when you're contemplating a request for a change in zoning, the two important things you need to hit are a statement addressing consistency with the comprehensive long-range plan, as well as approving a statement about the reasonableness of the rezoning. So if you could keep those two things in your mind as the proceedings go this evening, and then towards the end, once the public hearing is closed and you're having your discussion, I'll be listening for the little gold coins of language coming out of your mouths that have to do with those two criteria. I'll be jotting them down. And then at the end of the evening, if you want to, an option would be everyone has had their opportunity for a continuance. Staff might say that the resolution of the matter could be continued to the next meeting, say the work session, the September work session, because we could then prepare appropriate motions and an appropriate attachment, an appropriate statement of addressing consistency based on your conversation tonight, your discussion, and also that statement about the reasonableness of the rezoning. In other words, we could draft up what you guys talk about tonight. You could certainly take a crack at it on your own. I'm not saying you can't, but there's a lot of boxes to check that we'd want to help you with in the context of just sitting in our office with a cup of coffee and some tunes. So.
BJ's back.
Didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, but sometimes you're more BJ than others. Sorry. This mic's on, isn't it?
Do you have anything else for me?
I think not.
Okay, thank you very
So
much.
we need to have who's going first? Applicant first?
I guess the only thing real quick, BJ, is as we're having discussion, I may need you to show us, to remind me okay, this is the plan, because we've got a bunch of versions in here. And I think I know which one it's gotten down to, but just in case, I might be show me what.
You can definitely look at the evolution of the plan, but I think the applicant represented by Mr. Vogel is going to hit that pretty good.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
This is thinner than the one we got before.
This is the plan.
This is the plan. Okay. Welcome back, Mr. Bogle. If you'll state your name, that I just did, and your relationship to this project, I guess.
Yes, ma'am. I am Pete Bogle. I'm the architect. Working with Retson Companies and St. John Paul Catholic School and Church. Presentation tonight that I want to do, if you'll go ahead and pull up, BJ, the presentation notes. So do it. Do it. So I'm going to keep this brief tonight.
That would be lovely.
Yes, ma'am. We have come a long way. Presented in, first in April, and then another presentation in May. And then we did a mediation, June 6th. We did an 8-hour, it was close to 8-hour mediation, back and forth with a lot of different moving parts. And then received a letter from the neighbors that had some other recommendations after that. And we've worked through those with the church over the past couple of months. We have come a long way. We've narrowed down the process, or narrowed down the matters at hand quite significantly. It's no longer a matter of whether a church is an appropriate use, of whether it's out of scale. These really are down to coexisting and living together, and those types of details. So this is what we've been honing in on for the past few months. And BJ, is there a way to zoom in on? Yes. On that? That would be fabulous. I mean, I have it here, but now can I move up and down with this?
And I don't know if you're going to be able to use the clicker because it's a PDF.
Is that a wireless mouse?
Yeah, give it a shot.
Excellent. Maybe. All right, very good. So just a quick visual representation of all the different changes that we've gone through over the past couple of months. So there's no need to really dig into these unless they come up in actual discussion. But
Well, we do appreciate the hard work that you all have. This is a lot of time and effort.
It's been a good process. It has. Andy and their side they've been good to work with. They've been very reasonable in most of the requests and going back and forth. But the final revisions that I really wanted to highlight with you tonight, what I'm going to do is just a summary of those revisions, and then we'll look at the language as it's changed in the narrative, and then we'll look at the revised plan itself. And then there are two outstanding issues that we couldn't come to agreements on. We'll talk about those, and I'm sure that's what Andy is going to want to talk about tonight as well. So the athletic fields was one of the big concerns. So we have redefined the athletic field. It's no longer athletic field, but it's now called a recreation or play yard. And we have some definitions that I'll go through that make a distinction between the two. They also requested that it be moved to the north area of the site, or the north end of the site. And so we did that as well. Setbacks were changed. The west yard setback was established at 100 feet from the property line, or as calculated in the UDO 5.15.6 that talks about large religious institutions adjacent to residential neighborhoods. It's based on the scale of the church. If the church that we have shown here would fit with the 100-foot setback. If it is larger, then it may end up being a larger setback. So we've called it that, whichever is larger. Front setback was one that they requested, which was to move the church forward so that our front setback would be 300 feet south of the south elevation of the existing activity building. And an additional undeveloped front yard area to help preserve what the horse farm now looks like. And the undeveloped area, we've defined that as maintained in the current condition with the pine trees, understory trees, pasture grasses to maintain the former horse farm appearance. They also requested a landscape screen, which is a full visual barrier landscape, or landscape screen, which is actually UDO 435. If we were looking at 5.15, it actually would require And what we had looked at before was a landscape buffer, a planted buffer, which is UDO 4.3.4. The difference being the buffer area is a larger area with a lot of trees scattered in it, where the landscape screen is supposed to be a visual block from the ground up to 15 feet basically along a straight line. And so that's what we've provided for them. We're okay with doing that. Along the western property line for the entire church development, the neighbor requested this also end at 350 feet off of Camp Easter Road. This was out of concern for horse not being able to see what it's hearing. And so ending that landscape screen 350 feet off the road is supposed to help with that, is what they requested. Church also offered to plant the landscape screen on the west side of any portions of the driveway that would be connected to the new parking lot. So what we'd have to do that is relocate that easement drive that runs along the western property line, move it into the site enough to allow for that landscape screen. And we're glad to do that as well. Then site lighting, there were some notes about color temperature being no greater than 4,000 degrees Kelvin, which I'm perfectly fine with, and the church was as well. That's much more what I prefer. Lighting levels of the new site not to exceed 0.5 foot candles above the existing ambient lighting at the adjacent property lines, and no athletic field lighting is allowed. So those are all fine. And then under other conditions, athletic fields were redefined as recreational play areas. The intent here is really to limit noise concerns. Location has to be 250 feet north of the north facade of the existing activity building, and also 250 feet offset from the west property line. So we've defined a very distinct area on that northern part of the northern part of the western parcel of where this can go. Recreation play yard will be screened from view from Pine Barrens, either by the existing vegetation, by the landscape screen that we talked about earlier, or if there's a gap in that landscape screen where the driveway for the rectory comes through, something like that, that we would provide additional screening within the site to provide that visual barrier. And the recreation play yard shall not be designed, constructed, or otherwise treated as a fully defined permanent sports field. There's not going to be sport lines and things like that for soccer or football or anything like that. Then we attempted to define what sports practices, et cetera, could be played and by which groups and what age kids, and we really never could come to a good agreement on that because it was so subjective and really relied on the church to try to somehow police that, when the true issue really was a noise ordinance. We covered the visual part of it, so as a noise ordinance issue or noise concern issue, what we're offering is that sound levels from the recreation play yard areas may not exceed 65 decibels at the western property line. This gives a metric for the neighbors to be able to enforce if necessary. And the reason we picked 65 decibels is that normal human conversation is between 60 and 65 decibels at 3 feet from the source. Using the, I'm not this smart, I have to use an online converter that does these things for me. But there is a declination of sound with distance. And so using that, 65 decibels at 3 feet equates to only 27 decibels at 250 feet away. And remember, we've set that recreation yard 250 feet into the site. So 27 decibels, to give you a comparison, a quiet bedroom is between 30 and 40 decibels. So we're pretty quiet there. Power tools, if there were power tools being run on this, on the play yard or on the recreation area, power tools are at 100 decibels at 3 feet, and that would equate at 250 feet to that 61.6 decibels. So that's within that range. So athletic lighting is also not allowed. We said that piece already. Undeveloped areas and setbacks is another piece that we have added to the overall. Undeveloped or defined undeveloped areas and setbacks must be maintained in the current condition. I talked about that a little bit with that front area, and you'll see that when we get to the plan. But we're also going to treat the setbacks, the side setbacks, in that same manner so that they stay looking like the horse farm in that aesthetic. Church bells was something that was requested to not be allowed. We had some back and forth with that, and really what the Catholic Church sees the importance of being able to have church bells for church services. But the neighbor's concern was that it's going to ring every 15 minutes and on the hour and all that. So we decided that's not necessary. So the language is going to say that church bells, whether they're actual or recorded, are allowed in conjunction with church services, but will not be allowed for regular chiming of the time. And then height of spires is actually unlimited in the UDO. There was some discussion back and forth about objects on top of the spire. And it was agreed that whatever object on top of the spire, if it's a cross or whatever that ends up being, wouldn't be any taller than 10 feet or wider than 6 feet. So that was a written piece in as well. So I believe my next slide should be the plan. How do I pull up the plan? It's right here. Yeah, I know. You're right. There we go. All right, so zooming in on the plan, this is the final plan as what we're talking about here. This is the overall plan. We've got 4 different drawings here. The first one is the overall concept plan that shows the traffic flows and establishes where the setbacks are in general. And we'll look at these more in detail in a minute. This is just one of the pieces that's required in the CDP. We'll then go to the next page. That'll give us some more information. It's the existing plan, and you guys are very familiar with the existing site at this point. And then phase 1, of course, is just the school. Still stays the same. We haven't changed anything in the phase 1 discussions. And then the future phase. And you can see here, if I zoom out a little bit, the overall is that we have moved the church forward. Zoom out one more time. We've moved the church forward to a line 300 feet south of the south elevation of the existing activity building. And that still gives a good amount of room out to the street. This green area down here represents that undeveloped area that's 250 feet off of, at a point 250 feet off of the right-of-way of Camp Easter Road, then through a direct line east to where it intersects with the traffic circle. So all this remains as trees. The area in between, by the way, is an undefined area. It's not defined as undeveloped, it's undefined. It may end up being yard or something like that, but it specifically does not allow any of the recreation pieces that all have to go up here, no buildings, anything like that. It is setback area. And then the setback you see along the side here, along the western side. If I zoom in a little bit, you can see the visual buffer landscape or landscape screening that goes along the west side where we improved the drive. And then when it shifts back to where the drive remains as it was, then it shifts over to back to the right side of it, right on the plan, east meaning. And then the defined area for the recreation yard is this area up here at a point 250 feet north of the activity building and 250 feet off of the west property line. And that defines this area right here. And then, of course, we've got to put our stormwater management, and that's likely going to go in this area. Could be also under some of the play area as well. So that, in a nutshell, is where we've come to. Addressing then the two remaining concerns from the neighbors. Recreation play yard. As I mentioned, we had attempted to define which sports and practices could be and couldn't be used on there, but that was it was hard to define and would be an issue with the church. So since noise and vision were the actual concerns, and I went through everything there with you already, except the last note here, which is the church has no intent to have a lot of organized games and leagues and things like that. Another reason to put 65 decibels as the limit at the property line is that a referee's whistle is between 100 to 120 decibels. And if you get to that 120 decibel level, that actually equates at 250 feet to above the 65 decibel level. So referee's whistles would be a complainable offense to the neighbors.
So just curious, the field is already there. If they do a sporting event with a whistle, is it far enough away that it won't trigger the sound that you just mentioned?
That's why I've had to specifically say in this new recreational area, because no, the existing field that's there where they already use whistles would not be applicable to this,
Okay.
to this piece.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, in the language, I've specifically said in the recreational yard. But you hit my next point before I got there. But good. One also additional note is that these calculations, these declination calculations, assume that there's nothing in between. And when we've got the landscape screening and the existing vegetation, all of those help reduce that sound as well. So we feel confident that 65 decibels with what the church actually intends to do in these recreational areas is going to be fine at that property line. It's also much better to apply limitations at the property line and not try to apply them within the property, since limitations can be set for sight and sound issues at the property line, and setting additional restrictions of types of uses allowed and disallowed within the site based on how many people and of what age. We found that as unnecessary since we could address them in other ways. And then the second one is moving to the driveway. The church is willing to relocate that driveway inside and the big change in that is when the neighborhood wanted to use a full visual landscape screen instead of the planted buffer that the UDO was going to otherwise push us toward. That actually takes up less real estate in width than what the buffer would have. And so now we have the option of moving the drive inside of that so there's no visual connection. They don't see the cars. There's no headlight issues, anything like that coming out of the drive. All of that would then be blocked.
And did I interpret your plan as currently being presented, that driveway is only an egress use? I didn't see any arrows going the other way. You're talking about the one on the western side, right?
It could be ingress or egress.
Okay, so you
I did.
would be wanting it to go both ways?
No, you're right. I did not put that other, and I don't know that if that was an issue that the neighborhood wanted to address. That was clearly just a mistake on my part. I forgot to put the other arrow on there. But if that's something that would help, then I don't think that would be an issue. The real issue is getting people out in the most efficient manner, because that's when most people are leaving all at the same time from a typical church type event. But again, leaving all the trees here would block visually. This is also, let me get back to my notes here so I don't miss anything. The church is willing to move that into the site since we can do the screening per UDO 4.3.5. The legal access easement would then be adjusted.
You need to kind of go back to this.
Oh, interesting. There you go.
Thank you.
Let's leave that up there. So the legal access easement would then be adjusted over to the driveway. So the easement that is required on the site would remain in some fashion or another, it just have to be shifted over. And that's the easement for the use of the neighbors to the north. The driveway would be improved to Southern Pines UDO and fire marshal standards. The driveway connection improvements would still be subject, of course, to NCDOT review and approval. And having a second connection to Camp Easter Road is very important to the church to help reduce the overall time it takes to empty the parking lot in a safe manner. We did show connections through, and we've set this parking lot up so that it can connect through the back parking lot of the school. We also use that as a way to reduce the number of parking spaces over here by using these as overflow parking. The school and church actually does have safety concerns about this drive being a major exit because of it's not easy to see around this curve that continues on. And I can actually back up a couple pages to see that if we need to. There it is. There's the curve coming around. And the arrows that I did not put on there. So the driveway is also adjacent to existing driveways within Pine Barrens. Pine Barrens has a road currently that goes along this same property line right here on their side. So this isn't putting a road in somebody's backyard. We're already in an area that has established traffic flow. This would be more traffic flow, but again, behind the screening.
I have a question. Is there, I know it might not be relevant, but the future phase rectory coming out the driveway, is there any reason that it does not continue behind the screening, the barrier, kind of goes out and then comes back in?
Reusing more of what's already there as that road is the idea. I mean, if that becomes an issue, we could move the screen onto the other side, but it's a cost issue at that point. Is do you build this road all the way back here, or do you just improve the road that's already there?
It's there, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Rectory, of course, is going to have very little traffic flow to it. Just it's residential, just like what's on the other side of the property line.
I see.
The last couple of things here. Neighborhood concern was car headlights, and screening does block that. And I have just a little bit of summary that I could go ahead and do now, or I can turn it over to their side and to Andy. I don't need to say their side either.
Yeah, no, I hate when it says sides. It sounds like you're like this.
This really has been a good process. Andy and I have gotten to know each other a little bit, and Adam and I have gotten to know each other a little bit over the process. We've been talking a lot. But I prefer actually to let them go for a little
That's
bit and
fine.
be able to answer anything that they have as well. So any
Okay.
questions for me before turning the floor over to Andy?
Anybody have questions?
I reserve the right to ask questions later, but I'd like to hear from,
Okay,
Good for now?
I think we're good for now.
I got it warmed up for you, Andy.
Good evening, Andy Pettish of Pettish Law in Raleigh, North Carolina. I represent 3 property owners as formal clients, the Currys, the Sullivans, and the Bissetts, all of whom own property within Pine Barrens. I've also worked very closely with Adam Kiker, who's a property owner there, and several other property owners, and been in communication with the entire community through this process. I would like to, as we kind of discussed several months ago at some of these continuances, that Adam Kiker has prepared a short presentation to discuss some broader level issues that give context to our position, and his familiarity with Southern Pines, I think, is key in him bringing that, that to you. And then I'll follow up and close out with some more specific things related to the application and following up on many of the points that Mr. Bogle made. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name's Adam Kiker. I live at 170 East Illinois, just up on the other side. I own property, and my wife and I are building a house at 215 Pine Barrens Vista, which is not immediately adjacent to the subject properties, but close. I'm thankful for the engagement with the applicant. I would agree with Mr. Bogle that there has been active engagement on both sides. It has been a learning process for all of us, and I would compliment what he said. I've enjoyed getting to know him. What I would like to offer, given that there are still a couple of issues that he did a good job describing that we do not agree on, I'd like to offer some perspective and some general issues about what they're proposing, just relative to kind of paint the picture of our concerns. And I don't want this to be interpreted as circumventing the negotiations we've had with Mr. Bogle and the applicant, because I do agree that the majority of the issues have been worked out with a couple still that we're going to talk about tonight. And forgive the cheesy water droplet. We work in the water industry, and as I was throwing this together, I didn't change the background. But first, I do mildly disagree with one of Mr. Bogle's comments that the topic of whether this is consistent with the comp plan has been resolved. I'm going to speak on just personally. As a resident of Southern Pines, I do not believe that the scale of what is being proposed is consistent with the comp plan. I don't want to dive into what a civic use is. I think we've chewed on that enough back in July. I disagree with that statement, and I generally believe that the size of what's being proposed in this location is really the source of why we have spent so much time trying to get this right and why we remain concerned. And I personally believe that there should still be some concern, although I will, as I said, I don't want this to be interpreted as circumventing the negotiations, because I do support the efforts and I will support resolution to these two issues if councils feel so inclined. But as a resident of Southern Pines, we hear often a lot of folks in this room would be pro-growth, would be against growth. But in general, if you asked, why do we like Southern Pines, most people would give some rendition of we love the quality of life here. And I serve on Partners in Progress. We talk about quality of life all the time. I am fortunate enough to be serving on the Community Advisory Committee for your next comp plan. I'm excited about that. And when we had the introduction for that 2 weeks ago, in general, as all of us introduced ourselves, we talked about quality of life. I genuinely believe that something of this magnitude is one of those things that, and when I say magnitude, I think the importance is the reference to 1,200 seats, which is very large in our opinion. I think something of this magnitude is an example of, if we as a community and you as council and your staff get this in the wrong place, the cumulative and secondary impacts of this just to quality of life is something that we don't notice day one, year one, month one, but as you throw them all together, it starts to cause challenges. And it starts to erode away at some of the things that we all would say we love about the quality of life here. And just as an example, I think down forward. There we go. So I used to be really good at GIS. I don't use it much anymore, so forgive the primitive here. I threw just a couple of images on top here. And my wife and I go to First Baptist Church in Southern Pines, and David Helms is a friend, and we enjoy visiting him on Sundays. So I talked to him about First Baptist, and you all know where First Baptist is. And using two different versions of the seating capacity, says it depends on how much space you want between butts, right? So about the most they would rate that as 367 seats at First Baptist, and then plus a 75-person choir. Now, the reason that's important, on the left, you'll see an image, and there are two things shown here. The top is a traced outline to scale of the Lowe's Foods parking lot in Morganton Road. And the reason I brought that up is the planning board, and I think maybe the first council meeting, Mr. Grieve referenced the Lowe's Foods parking lot as an example of a similarly sized parking lot. And I think Mr. Grieve would have to correct me if I'm wrong. I think actually the number of spaces proposed by the church might be more than what this is traced. But This is rotated counterclockwise 90 degrees, so it's going to look weird. The right side, that long straight line on the long straight red line, that would be the parking lot. That would be the face of the Lowe's Foods. On the upper side, you have the exit to Morganton Road. On the bottom, you can see the outline of the Pizza Hut and the other buildings. The red trace on the bottom of the screen that's separate is a 2-scale trace of the campus at First Baptist Church of Southern Pines and all the accessory buildings. Not the entire block, not the entire property, but an outline of the buildings itself. This is, when I found out First Baptist Church was 367 seats or seating capacity plus the choir, compared to 1,200, it started to, and I looked at this and I prepared this, it causes us a lot of concern. Let's see. There we go. Exact same image, exact same Lowe's Foods parking lot. This is Brownson Memorial Presbyterian Church. David Helms, his wife, works there. So when I was talking to him, he had some data. He said that their capacity, they're the largest church in downtown, and their capacity is approximately 600. Someone would need to fact check, but I trusted David, including the choir and the balcony. And that's an outline of the Brownson Memorial Campus, the buildings. And so when we think about this compared to 1,200 seats, we get a little concerned that it's the same Lowe's Foods parking lot. And then this is an outline of Village Chapel. My wife and I got married at Village Chapel in July, and we're very thankful that this topic was continued while we were celebrating, not just because of that, but acknowledging that. And Miss Debbie Davis, who's the facility coordinator there, when I quizzed her and she checked, she came back and said the max that they would consider, including the balcony, is 500 seats. And so, again, it gives you a feel for the scale. So the challenge when we hear 1,200 seats, and we understand, and I should have said this before, none of this exhibits the buffers and the setbacks that have been discussed. This is purely intended to provide a feel for the scale. We think that there's the potential that the impact of this property and the impact to the neighborhood and the quality of life could be much more significant than the drawing that's shown, just relative to the buildings and the other accessory uses that might be allowed if this goes forward. I'm going to skip ahead just for a second, just out of the interest of time. I do have some concerns, and I'll turn this back over to Andy in a minute, and then avail myself, Mayor and Council, to you if you have questions. I have a little concern. I'm thankful for all the negotiations that have gone on, and we've come down to just a couple. I'm concerned about the reference to decibel levels. It just feels really difficult to enforce. I love the concept. I think it is a sound concept, and it really acknowledges the concerns that the neighborhood has had. The enforcement of it feels challenging, and would welcome someone else's expertise on how that could be enforced or would be enforced. And especially relative to the acknowledgement of everything else going on in that part of the world. And then relative to use of the westernmost, which would be the left side of this image, the existing easement, and upgrading that to have full ingress and egress access for the parking lot. We're concerned about that, and frankly, I'm concerned about the reason that the applicant believes that it's necessary. As our team in other cases works on similar cases or similar situations, and we have 2 points of ingress and egress, both of which are independent of each other. That generally, and my staff would be more an expert at this, generally satisfies the fire marshal, that if one exit is blocked due to an accident or some closure for whatever reason, that the fire marshal or the fire and emergency vehicles could access the other way. The concern that we have with it, and Mr. Bogle said it very directly, that they are wanting that to reduce the overall time to empty the parking lot. And when I hear that, that kind of exemplifies to me the scale of this relative to the neighborhood and relative to the infrastructure that's in place to support it. So that it becomes a little bit of a concern for us as we think about the flow of traffic and the operation of the roundabout. The roundabout's not a stoplight, so it's free-flowing traffic. And if the parking lot's dumping on both sides, the roundabout doesn't stop, which means I believe, and I know there's a traffic engineer in the room. I'm not one. I think we'd have a stacking issue on that western boundary, which would be up against Pine Barrens, or at least I think there's a significant risk of it. Furthermore, I don't think this is the applicant's intent. However, once it's approved, if it was approved, there really wouldn't be any way to enforce it. We would be afraid that long flow or long entryway could be used for stacking and queuing for the elementary school, which again would cause us grave concern, because then the flow of traffic on that road would become Monday through Friday and Sunday on top of just Sunday. So that really lays the foundation for our concern relative to the easement, and I'm going to say the easement, relative to that entry and exit on the western side, the left side of the screen, as you have here. And Mayor, in closing, I'll just kind of offer, there's been ponderance back in July of, well, where does this belong, right? If we don't put it here, where should it go? And I believe that an investment of this magnitude, and I'm going to reference 1,200 seats because that's what's on the drawing, in order to not disrupt quality of life and other just general land use, I believe it belongs at the interface of commercial and residential zoning. And BJ would have to get the actual wording correctly as to what zoning is which. But when I think about, the reason for that is because the infrastructure is in place, be it 4-lane highways, be it significant highway infrastructure, be it similar property uses. The infrastructure is in place to support this type of investment without impacting the other surrounding properties. And I think about places like, just for example, what the Knollwood track is planning on the commercial side on US 1 could be an interesting place for a church of this magnitude. You think about the areas where Grace Church and where the Lutheran Church are located, which would be at the interface of kind of the downtown residential and the major commercial corridor. Those are the types of areas, when I think of a 1,200-seat church, I think of that type of area. And land in those areas, not just in Southern Pines, across the state and country, is more expensive, as it should be, because the infrastructure someone has invested in the infrastructure to support that level of commercial or investment of this size. And I may have missed this earlier. When I think of a church of this magnitude, to me, the impact to the surrounding land use is like a major commercial investment. It's not commercial. It's not, I wouldn't call it private sector, but the impact to the surrounding neighborhood and the land uses is like a significant commercial investment. I'm going to stop at that out of the interest of time. Let me just say a couple of things. I do still disagree with the use of the easement on the western side of the property, and I'm very concerned about the recreation area and the using a decibel level to monitor or control that. Mayor, thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Otherwise, I'll yield.
A question.
Yes.
What size church do you see on that property? I'm a member of Brownson Church. And by the way, Carolyn Helms is not there anymore. She's at the cancer.
I was afraid that because
Comprehensive
it's
cancer,
been a couple
yeah.
months since I asked David.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
letting me know.
And we do, it's about 600 plus.
I'm not sure, Mayor, if I'm prepared to answer that.
Okay.
I think that something that doesn't face the challenges and the significance of the parking and the significance of the entrance and effect of the surrounding land use would be a general answer. I don't really know if it'd be appropriate for me to offer a seat count, because frankly, I'm no expert at
No pun intended, devil's advocate, which is kind of interesting during this topic. But as we know, the town of Southern Pines suggested that they leave Southern Pines and move out this way, which they did. They also built a school, and then the town said they could have, 7th and 8th graders, and they did what they were asked to do again from the town. So this is an interesting dilemma that we find ourselves in, because they've done what we asked them to do. 1,200 is a very large church. I have no idea what their needs are and why it's so much bigger, because I know going to Brownson, I go there a lot, and we have not filled that up except Christmas. But 1,200, excuse me, yeah. Comma's in the wrong spot. Yeah, it's not a cathedral. That's kind of the dilemma, I think we're saying.
I'll offer this.
And would you, hang on just a second.
Yes.
If you didn't, on the easement, closer to Pine Barrens, is there any way that y'all could agree that you just don't use that at all except for emergency vehicles? Is there any way, because I know y'all probably pounded this thing to death.
I can speak for myself, and I'll let Andy speak for his clients to answer the question. I would be okay with that if it was used purely for
Emergency
emergency vehicle
only.
access.
Okay. I'm just
I would
trying
be
to
okay.
find some kind of common ground here, because that's what we're trying to find is common ground that you all can come together and everyone, it's like kissing your sister. You're still not going to get everything you want, but at least you can come to some sort of terms. I'm on a roll, aren't I? Sorry. Come to terms that everybody just feels like, okay, we can live with this. And that's what I'm trying to find from you all.
May I offer a response?
Absolutely.
So when I think about what type of church would belong, as you were talking, I was going back to my notes. I go back to the comprehensive plan, which indicates that residential land uses defined with other uses, ... elementary schools, civic uses, parks, and neighborhood scale commercial services. So something that would fit the term neighborhood scale, in my opinion, would be appropriate. There is an example of a church. I don't think it will show up on this. It'd be just off the screen to the left. There's a very small church right across the street from the entrance to our neighborhood, which would be very much a neighborhood scale, if not a very small neighborhood scale church. I would dare to ponder the seating might be in the 40 to 50, maybe a little more. It's about the size of this room, of this room, maybe a little smaller. The other thing I'll offer, Mayor, and this is just me observing through my experience with this topic, there's been mention of them moving out there at the direction of the town, which I respect. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I've just never been presented with any documentation or email or letter or something that indicated that was formally requested. So I'm not really sure how to offer feedback on that. It was long before my, I think I had just moved here when that had happened, but
Okay.
Long before my time or my area of expertise in this.
We've got. Yes, if you'll just come forward, you'll be at the microphone.
I do have a quick question, and this is kind of a broad stroke kind of question. When speaking of quality of life, I know the reference is probably to, the residents in the nearby area. But I'm also thinking of the nature of that particular kind of church, that one of the unique things about that church is that it does serve a Hispanic population. And I'm thinking, accommodating for our citizens from the possibly the northern part of Moore County coming down to worship. Are we also calculating the positive impact that could actually happen upon the community in general based upon, that population and others, being able to, so that's.
And Mr. Murphy, I think that's a fine, you mind, Father, if I respond to that? Okay. Mr. Murphy, I think that's a fine, larger perspective type of approach, and I like that. I don't disagree, and I'm speaking for myself, I don't disagree that there's a need for a church. As we've been involved in this, my wife and I, my fiance, now wife, and I have walked past the St. Anthony's on Sundays and noticed it's a very overflowing place at times. I don't, in my opinion, believe that is cause or justification that this is where it should go. That would be my response to that. I fully support the efforts of the church. I think that and from my observations, I think there is the need for additional facilities. My response to that simply, again, would be I just don't believe this is the right place for it.
That's it. Thank you.
This is just really basically about those couple of things we just talked about. I'm John Forbes, 75 Sawmill Road, West in Pinehurst. The first thing I would say is that, as was noted, our concern about that western boundary is the other driveway, if you've ever tried going around that curve, is so dangerous. In other words, we're trying to make it safer, not just for the people coming and going out of the church, but anybody that comes around that corner is in danger if a lot of people are flowing out of that. If anything, that's the entrance I think we should say would be used only for emergencies, because it really is, to my way of thinking, dangerous. Every time I go there for a funeral and we have to cut across and you can't see what's coming around that corner, it scares me. So, and I think that, to have everything come out into the traffic circle is just, I don't know that that's reasonable. It may be that a right turn only, or something like that to keep things moving. The other thing is I think the DOT is going to have some strong things to say about how they want us to do this, to be honest with you. So I don't know that we can, settle that in the long term. The other problem is that St. Anthony's has over 1,200 families. And unlike other of the Reformed churches, we have an obligation to attend Sunday Mass. So we have a much higher participation rate every Sunday than Reformed churches would because of our church obligation. And so you're going to see a higher number of people coming. And when you have 1,200 families, that's a lot of people. And what we've been doing is just having multiple masses downtown. The problem is, I'm 64. Luckily, Father Kane is much, much younger. But our clergy is aging, and we're getting to a point where we can't have 5 services on a weekend. We can't sustain that. But we know that we have the people who want to go to Mass, who want to come and worship. And so we need something of a size that we don't have to have 5 services on the weekend. And that's why we're looking at, right now the church that I'm at Sacred Heart, is only 1,000. I suspect that it wouldn't be bigger than 1,000. But the reason we said 1,200 is we don't want to be restricted when this church may well not be built for 10 years. And we don't know where that's going to be. And we don't want to come back in 10 years and have them say, but you said you were only going to build a church for 800 people or 1,000 people, when we might need a church for 1,200. So that's kind of why we are where we are.
And you're saying that do this, you have 1 service on Sunday.
No, we would probably still have 2.
Still have 2.
Yeah, but because the other thing we have, as was mentioned, we have a Spanish Mass, and we would have an English Mass, and then there's usually a Vigil Mass on Saturday. So we would probably still end up with 3 services. But it's just that we need a space that large so that we don't burn out the clergy. And unfortunately, and we can argue that the church should be changing, and if they would let all of us get married and all that good stuff, and we would have more clergy, but the reality on the ground is that we don't. And we're doing the best we can to meet the needs. And you have to have a priest in order to have Mass. So that's just kind of where we are.
I had it fixed, and to add September 13th revised, but then I had to start over and I forgot to do it. So thank you, BJ, for always on top of all of my errors, and I appreciate that so much.
That's why we have him.
I appreciate Father Forbes' comments, and I want to say that, again, what Adam spoke to was trying to provide context for our position. I think it's important that you know the background and why we're asking for what we're asking for. And we have tried to keep it in a very reasonable place. Obviously, minds can differ about what is reasonable. We've done our best to do that. And so one of the things that I wanted to note from the beginning, and this happened in mediation, was that our opening offer included a limitation on size and capacity. They responded and said, we don't agree to that, and here's the other thing. In our follow-up, we abandoned size and limitations on size and capacity. So we're not trying to, and that was not the intention of what Adam was doing, is more a contextual thing. But given the intensity and growth, and as Father Forbes pointed out, their high percentage of attendance, there is a level of intensity that comes from that. And so we tried to shift away from focusing on the limiting capacity and scale and focus on addressing different ways to mitigate the adverse impacts that would come from that use. And we've, as Mr. Bogle pointed out, we have come a long way, especially from the tenor that occurred in the first few meetings and how that's evolved to the conversations that Mr. Bogle and I have now. And I will say that I do commend the church, especially in recent weeks, for the efforts that they've made to come up with creative solutions. And I will talk about the way of addressing the noise that could get generated from athletic, recreational activities, converting that from trying to do it through limiting uses to do it from a sound management standpoint. But those kind of creative solutions outside the box, we welcome those, and that's what we've been trying to work towards. Here's what the outcome we're trying to get. Let's figure out creative ways to accomplish it. I think Adam mentioned the thing that I was going to mention is that just in terms of if I'm not questioning whether the church interpreted, perceived, heard the request, the recommendation that they moved to other areas. We just don't know what the actual communication was from the town. I will say that in that time period when the school sought to start, this was roughly, and I'm sure that representatives of the church will correct me on the exact dates, but roughly 2006, 2007, when the church sought to get approval for the school, the planning director at that time said, you cannot do it here. In this zoning district, it's not allowed. And the church appealed that interpretation of the code to the Board of Adjustment, and it was the Board of Adjustment that said, yes, you can have a school here. So I just want to say, from in terms of what the town was saying, recommending that the church do in terms of dealing with their capacity and location issues and how they want downtown to develop, I just want to keep that in context. And again, with respect to the negotiations, we have already made a number of compromises, giving up on increased stormwater protections, the topography slopes down into the Sullivan's property. They have a pond there. We were seeking an additional protections above the minimum state levels, which are based on the 10-year storm. We were seeking a 25-year storm, but we've ultimately agreed to let that go and just allow it to be under the 10-year storm. We've made compromises about potentially the size of what structure could go on top of the spire. We did come up with an agreement on that, but it was more than we initially want. We acquiesced to their proposal on setbacks, building setbacks from the western boundary. Again, I mentioned the size, and then we've been working a number of different compromise level exchanges with respect to the athletics or recreational activities on the property. I handed up back on May 10th an outline of kind of a easy reference guide for council with respect to the UDO and how it applied. I have additional I noticed that it was included in the agenda packet, but if anybody would like another paper copy of that, I have one. I'm not going to go into the same level of detail that I did before, but I just want to, again, briefly point out that In addition to what BJ, was there any member of council that was?
We have it, we've,
Okay, all right.
yeah, we've,
In addition to what BJ pointed out in terms of the consistency statement that's required by the statute, that is something, it's just required that the council make that with respect to any rezoning decision. It cannot be, it's not subject to judicial review, so the substance of what it is cannot be challenged. That is completely separate, though, from the requirements for a rezoning, or in this case, a PD application that are provided for in your ordinance. So those are not the only factors. In fact, there are very detailed factors that must be considered according to the precepts of your Unified Development Ordinance. And there's a list of criteria here in section 2.18.4, Conceptual Development Plan, that goes through all that criteria. And that criteria also includes the criteria that is required for regular zoning amendments outside of the plan development process. I've gone through that before, and I won't do that
because it
again.
sounds like to me there are two outstanding issues, and that's what we need to, I think, concentrate on.
Right, and
Is
that's what I wanted to get to next.
let's
Thank you,
let's
Mayor.
get down to the,
So,
yeah,
on the athletic.
bottom line.
On the athletic fields, we've addressed the screening. There are two primary issues there: seeing what's going on there and hearing what's going on there. We have addressed the screening. I think that, maybe slight fine tuning, but in principle, we have an agreement there. So it's really addressing the sound that can be generated on the, again, as Mr. Bogle pointed out, we're not talking about the existing field on the
Right.
school parcel. We're talking about what would happen on the parcel in between those two. So and the nature of the PD is, if you don't include the language within the PD development standards, and it's not something that's referenced in the UDO, then there is no limitation to what can happen there. And so the concern is, we're talking about the intensity of the use of that area in terms of the number of days, the number of hours per day, and some of that involves the comparison of, let's see, I went too far. What you have at St. John Paul's School, which is a pre-K through 8th grade school, and what is normally provided for on a elementary school campus. And I point that out because the change that happened in the UDO was revised and the use tables were revised. So what happened prior to, I believe, 2010 was that churches were allowed in RE, schools were not. That was the Board of Adjustment decision that actually said, well, if you had a religious school, you could do that in RE. It changed in 2010 and said, no longer are churches allowed in RE, did create that exemption for existing religious uses. And now elementary schools are allowed in RE, but no other schools. So the school becomes a legally non-conforming use at that point, and they want to expand now. Normally that can be done in a special use permit process or in this process. The reason that we feel strongly about the expansion of and use of these athletic fields on this other property is that that is not consistent with what you would normally see with an elementary school, which is what is permitted in this area. You can see here, this is McDeeds Creek. They have a playground area, but they have no athletic fields there. On Southern Pines Elementary School, grades pre-K through 5, there are playgrounds, but there's no athletic field.
But they were given permission by someone to have a 7th and 8th grade, is that correct, Reagan?
I believe there was an architectural permit granted for that, yes, by a previous council.
Aberdeen Elementary, K through 5, there are playgrounds, but no athletic fields. Sand Hills Farm Life Elementary, grades K through 5, playgrounds, maybe a basketball court, et cetera. There's even tennis courts there, but there's no athletic fields. Here at St. John Paul II School, which is pre-K through 8, they already have a baseball field that's large enough where they have soccer games there. There is planned, I need to go back, to include 2 tennis courts, an expanded playground area. They have a gymnasium. So expanding that into the church property is something that's really potentially necessitated by the middle school, which isn't, by your own code, an appropriate compatible use. In addition to the more sensitive nature of low-density residential houses that are pre-existing that also have special considerations for horse owners. That said, a 65 dB limit, if we could cast a magical spell and whatever happened there never exceeded 65, nobody ever needed to check, nobody ever needed to worry about it, it was just a foregone conclusion, it was never going to exceed that. That potentially is a solution. My clients, I've talked to them extensively about this, they agree, if we can't see it and we can't hear it, we don't really have a concern about what they're doing and how often they're doing it, et cetera. So this would require, and this is something that was suggested today in my conversations with Pete Bogle, and my position is this has, I think, a lot of potential, but my experience, and I've dealt with a number of noise ordinance matters that involve this objective decibel number and the enforcement of it. I'm dealing with it right now in the city of Raleigh. The city of Raleigh is actually rewriting their ordinance to eliminate this because there are serious enforcement problems, both in terms of the obligation on the local government, who's going to show up when, what time of night. I mean, of course, I think night is less of an issue here because they're not going to light this, so we're talking about day. Weekends, though, for town officials to have to come do this. And what measurement standard are you going to use? Is it going to, because some measurement standards take an average over time of sound, and if you're looking at a sharp noise like a whistle, that may not, even though it's louder than the 65 decibels, because it happens so briefly, it doesn't, depending on what standard you're using, it doesn't trigger that exceeding that threshold. I'm not saying that that's what the church intends at all by saying, I believe that what they say when they say 65, they mean 65, and that's what Mr. Bogle just represented about no whistles, et cetera, that would take care of it. My concern is in the implementation of how this is drafted. I also have concerned about the enforcement burden that places on my clients, and over time, as this passes, that if there are complaints about this for enforcement, that it ends up being that my clients look like they're against youth sports and activities when this is really something. So again, I think these are things that we can address and resolve potentially in the writing, but we can't do it tonight. We would need additional time to work on that.
I was going to say, do you have a recommendation on an audio control or a restriction? Or is that something that you just think that you all need to go back and discuss at length?
We would need additional time to potentially consult. I'm actually working with some acoustic consultants in Raleigh and Wake Forest on other matters. So I could be in a position to consult with them and get some recommendations about how that might be managed, what kind of language would be appropriate, and what standards, measurement standards we could include. And I think in addition to discussing this with the church, we need to include the town in this discussion to ensure that there's agreement about the enforceability component of it, that it works for all parties involved.
Not to get way ahead, but because noise ordinances have been an issue unrelated to this particular thing over time, and if you review our noise ordinance, we have completely gotten away from decibels and having to go out and read for all of the reasons that Mr. Pettish references. And I would recommend that if that becomes sort of the final topic, I would prefer not to see zoning decisions conditioned on specific decibel readings on particular properties. I mean, even keeping track of that, be it BJ, be it Chief Polidori. I mean, we don't want to be doing GIS maps where they got to look up and say, well, it was 65 on this property, but it's 85 over here. And again, is it sustained so it's taking place when somebody actually comes out there? If they wish to arrive at an agreement between the parties relative to what is going to be allowed, I'd prefer they do that as a separate item between the parties and it become a civil matter in the event that somebody measures and can sustain that it is occurring. But that is going to be an extremely difficult thing for the town to be involved in the middle of for all of the reasons that Mr. Pettish brings forward and probably a few others, just based on some other incidents we've had in the past.
Thanks, Reagan.
Because in fact, Chief Polidori does not have any noise police.
Correct. Not, well,
So-
we don't run around with little decibel readers.
No,
and
that would
things.
be
No.
next
I mean,
to impossible.
We do have the ability, and we have had instances where if somebody, for instance, were to bring in, and we've had some of this around the downtown with various vicinities that will bring in a band who
Right.
will, at 11 PM, they're still playing at a sustained level that can be heard 2 blocks away. And if you read our ordinance, it's written in such a way that if the officer can show up and hear it from the complainer's property, there's a way to deal with that. But we're not out
Right.
actually measuring ambient noise at a particular property line or something.
Right. Mr. Pettish, at what point in the process, in the negotiations, were you contacted regarding the idea of decibels as a measurement?
It was brought up this morning.
Today, after many, many months of negotiation, was the first time you were offered that as a solution? And do you have any recommendation? Do you think, like Mr. Parsons has recommended, maybe it would be based on restricted activities and things that could be self-monitored and understood between the parties? Is that where you're headed as far as a possible solution, or do you in fact have?
Our proposal on June 24th, after the mediation, was that there be no lights. That's been agreed to. That the, and I would have to, I'm doing this from memory, so, but that the recreation area be moved from the southern portion, which is shown in this older version here, to the northern version. That's been agreed to, and we appreciate that very much, because that eliminates safety issues involving the Curry's horse property, which is the only active horse property there in Pine Barrens. It still doesn't resolve the noise issues for other close by folks. And so to address that, we looked at limiting the uses to no organized sports at all there, and no athletic fields being created, maintained, anything treated as an athletic field. And there would be no leasing of the recreation area to third parties. It would be just for the school and the church. And that, but the church has indicated during the mediation, and if I incorrectly characterize this, please tell me, that they wanted the opportunity to utilize it for various church functions and even some school things, recreational wise, and just have a space that they could do things outside. And so, yeah, Easter egg hunts and picnics and, maybe a little weekend, kind of carnival, kind of different things that are related to the church activities. And that we proposed that we would also be amenable to the church putting a playground in that recreation area that could be utilized by the school, but only for grades K through 2, to help take some pressure off of the use of the existing and expanded facilities that are present on the school site. Again, we have some room there to try and work through that, but that was our proposal. We had, the church had agreed to a version of that, but my understanding is that they would not agree to limiting any school use of it, and they would not agree to limiting it for sports practices. And so, again, that opened the door to the potential of that being, quite a few, activities during the day and on weekends, and potentially not being able to address the noise-created impacts on the low-density residential next door.
Do you all think, Mr. Bogle, I can't see him, do you all think that, there he is, that you all could work that situation out between the two of you, given, I hate to even say the word, more time? I mean, I would rather, there's not like there's a gun to our head, no pun intended about this, but I want it to be the best that we can be. And that's, I think that's what both parties want. So if you can come to some sort of agreement, if you're close, no.
May I say something?
Yes.
We put this off, put it off, and every time we try and do this, there's another setup. We'd like to try and work on this new thing that has come out of nowhere.
Father Forbes, were you aware of any time prior to this morning that the issue of noise was addressed? Was there something missed in mediation? Are you aware of any proposal made by the Catholic community?
But that's what I'm saying, they never brought up noise.
So I can answer that.
Great.
So I'm the one that actually offered the noise thing, because as we were going back and forth trying to define, okay, what is organized sports? You know, if some kids go
Right.
outside and after church and they start kicking a soccer ball around, is that an organized sport? If they want to have, set up a couple of soccer goals in two areas of this big field that's 250 feet away from and screened completely and nobody can hear it, is that still legal? And so I was the one that this morning when Andy and I were talking brought up, hey, this is really a noise issue. And whether it's following a certain decibel level or whether it's following the noise ordinance that's already established in Southern Pines, would be glad to handle it that way if that's possible.
You, as a representative of the Catholic Church, brought up the issue of noise, understanding that that the two issues were whether or not things could be seen or heard, and you understood that. And then proposed a solution which hopefully, in hindsight, you see that would also be cumbersome and pretty impossible for us to enforce as a municipality.
It is, being on the planning board myself.
Right, I understand. Right. If you heard that on your planning board, you'd say, no, 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 no.
Where we are, that is what our ordinance states. Not that I like it.
So
but-
do you have a solution to propose other than a measurement of decibels?
Following the Southern Pines established noise ordinance.
Which would limit you in what way as far as, what is your interpretation of the Southern Pines noise?
I can't quote it to you as I sit here.
You seem to be familiar with it. Can you quote it to me?
No.
And you cannot quote it to me, nor can you tell me what that would mean as far as a regulation,
Since this came up just this morning.
right?
No, I can't.
Okay, and I understand that. I understand that everybody's dealing with the 11th hour here, but I also understand that it was based on two pretty serious, long-standing concerns as far as what's going to be seen and what's going to be heard, and quality of life and protection of all parties in that regard. And I also know from the packet and historically that Father Forbes talked about the importance of being a good neighbor. He's quoted as being a good neighbor, and I think that you've done a really nice job being a good neighbor and trying to represent that. My concern is that I really want everybody to be singing off the same page and for us to not have a lot of calls to Chief Polidori about noise if this is to happen. And I want it to be crystal clear what's happening from here on. It's not a fair burden to our police department to be told, you must respond to every phone call regarding noise. That's just, you're on the planning board, you know that. So if you say that you're comfortable following our noise ordinance, I would like to know specifically from you what you mean by that and how you would follow that and what does that imply in your mind. And I really want this to be written in black and white.
So that Would definitely take it. Sure.
This all comes up because we were told that they didn't want the school children to use that property at all. That was the starting, and we said, why?
When were you told that?
That was in their letter to us
Was it stated-
after mediation.
After mediation, which would have been June? July, and then this morning, this came up by you, offered by you this morning.
So what happened was, we were trying to find a way that we could work with the neighbors, but we weren't willing to give up the fact that we would use that property. For instance, right now, the cross-country team runs around there. Okay? Under what they were proposing, we couldn't do that.
Understand.
Okay?
So
we
the
were trying to figure out-
specificity, I mean,
Yeah, so what,
I've raced across country on this, so I understand. It's a pretty quiet sport.
They didn't want any kids there because they didn't want any noise. And so we were trying to figure out, okay, how can we respond to that? And so we came up with the idea of limiting the noise level.
Right, but my question to you, with all due respect, Father Forbes, I know you want a decision tonight, but I also know that that was a letter that came to you in June, and you called with an offer this morning. I'm so bothered by that. We can't do an 11th hour thing and make it work.
I understand that, but we keep getting 11th hour things from them.
But you had that in a letter, by your own admission, you had that in a letter in June, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get down to the two things.
To interject real quickly, I appreciate the fact that you're giving the gesture of even bringing up the issue of noise. That shows that you actually care about the neighborhood. I think in a practical sense, if a particular activity requires bleachers, you would actually have sustained noise because people would be cheering. But if there are activities that don't require bleachers, you're not going to have the activities themselves won't generate any noise. So,
I don't know.
yeah.
I see that field. That insinuates, yes, bleachers, fans, maybe lights, an official competed, yes, but competed events, it's all gone. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what activities is the concern, because it's not going to be an event, it's not going to be a field, it's going to be an open field. I mean,
And kids just
I'm just trying to figure out what
Kids being
activities
kids,
are
playing.
feared for
We have
use.
defined it as a recreation and play yard, and we've set the limitations to say no lighting, no permanently designed fields. The other limitations that Andy had sent to us included his exact language. I can actually bring it up. I do have that here, but it included the words practice. It included words like volleyball and soccer. And the church was starting to feel very limited that if we want to put a volleyball sand pit all the way over here near the rectory, but on that, somewhere on that property, are they going to be allowed to do that? But if we write it in here in the language that they had given us, that we wouldn't be able to. If kids want to go out there and start kicking a soccer ball around, by the language they gave us, we couldn't. I don't mind the idea of no bleachers, no spectators, no referee whistles. If we can define those pieces that would create the noise. And Father Forbes, sorry, but one of the things that I was going to say in my closing was, we don't expect a final answer tonight. This is things that you haven't had time to review. I would like to maybe move this to your next work session, if that's something that we can finalize language and give that to you, and maybe you can see it at that point.
I have no problem with that, but
I'm okay with that. The frustrating thing to me is new things keep coming up.
understand. But now we know what that is. It's the noise, and what is the other, is the,
Just the road.
I do need to address the idea that new things are coming up. We submitted our response to the mediation after we paused that on June 24th. That was the result of many hours of Zoom meetings with the neighbors where we went through and I said, let's talk about everything that we heard them say to us, that was their concerns, and let's really try to address our thing and their thing. and bring some things together so it was 2 pages long, bullet points, very detailed, to try to address both things, and was not an end-all. We did communicate that we have to address the athletic field issue. We didn't say this is the only way to do it. But I will say, I made clear to my clients many times when they said, what about this? We don't like the size of it. I said, we have sent them something that gave a list of parameters that said, if you agree to this, we'll withdraw our objection. We have not deviated from that one bit
Well,
the entire
we're-
time. So I just have to
We're not
clarify.
getting anywhere with this.
I apologize.
No, that's fine.
I don't want my clients to be,
But we
So I'm
have,
sorry, let me return to the.
Let me ask one
Go ahead.
follow-up question. Was there discussion after you sent the letter June 24th? What's the response?
The responses that we received after that was that the church did not want to do anything else, and that they just wanted to go forward with the.
but they've made some great changes
This is
since then.
substantially different than what we
Yeah,
saw.
that's
so
totally
Something
different.
happened at some point.
Okay,
So, and
so the only other issues besides the obvious that we're talking about,
I do want to
Is the
commend, to the extent that it is short notice for us to come to an agreement on the language about a sound. I interrupted you, Madam Mayor, I'm
no,
sorry.
I'm just trying to say, it's that and the road.
We haven't heard, do you have a response, Mr. Vogel, based on their comments on the road as to any limitations of use?
Because we've kind of hammered the noise thing down. So let's go to the road. Talk about the road.
I will defer. Councilman Page,
Well-
question, I want to make sure he gets.
As he comes forward. Just for reference, the noise ordinance is 90.081, and I'm not going to read it all through this evening, but if you need to look at that, because it sounds like this may be going to another meeting, and it's 90.081.
So I think the question was, can it be limited to emergency vehicles only?
That was the question we had asked earlier.
That is one thing that we talked to the diocese about, and they did not want to give up the opportunity to place a road there if DOT would, with DOT approval and reviews and all those.
So
they
what
didn't
has
wanna give up-
NCDOT said about this?
That's way down the road.
Do you all have a traffic analysis or, okay, I feel like there's serious concerns about trying to go north on Camp Easter Road. If you can't turn on the northernmost, you can't turn left out of the northernmost exit, the southernmost exit, certainly you're not going to go left on, and you're going to have to go in the traffic circle. So I'm not really, I feel like that southern exit, the one that you're potentially changing, is going to cause issues in the traffic circle. I mean, I think I would like to see, I don't know, some actual reports on what traffic could look like, because I think you have a potential issue.
Those are technically come up in the PDP portion of this. So that's, Andy and I, well, we did have a meeting, the two of us, on August 11th, following their letter to us to go through and review. And then we've been talking back and forth on these various items along the way. And it's been my job to be in communication with the church and with the diocese in Raleigh. It's fun having a multi-point client.
Yes, thank you. I got it.
But through all of that, a couple of things that were offered was from Andy and his group was, well, what if you put a gate on that drive going out so that only it can only be used during the week, something like that. And I presented that to the diocese as well, and they want access onto that road. They want that as an open option. Now, is that a hill to die on? I don't think it is.
Can you have it one way?
And that's a potential as well. We do think that,
Yeah, still.
I mean,
I think there's a lot of issues that are just kind of up in the air, and like you said, there's a lot of last-minute things. Our next work session is the 26th of September. I suggest we move it to the 26th. and y'all keep hammering, but please come to us with something that you can agree to, because this has gone on far too long, and I agree, because we don't normally do that, but I really do want the best of what y'all can come up with. So I'm looking for the council to say, do you want to move it to the next work session?
Question, Mr. Bogle, this one's for you, and a very late happy anniversary, by the way. We missed you in July. Now, my question is, I understand that everybody's come to an agreement on the buffer, and that is magnificent, and it's sensitive to what the neighbors want. I personally am really concerned about use of that dirt road easement and improving it, because that creates a lot of problems that the buffer addressed. Can you talk about how you juxtapose your sensitivity to the need for the buffer with the fact that you're going to create a traffic area that sort of undercuts the buffer? I'm a little bit concerned about that. And I obviously am concerned about all the traffic onto Camp Easter, and I'm obviously concerned about, clearly concerned about safety, and I hear that, but that was not a concern that was addressed by the church at the time that they originally put in that exit, that ingress egress at that point. In fact, when the school in McDeeds Creek went in, they opposed that adamantly, saying there was untenable issues with traffic. So I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around a 1,200-seat church with a road that undercuts the beauty and significance of the buffer. And I don't think it's fair to you to not say that publicly. I think if we improve that road, and if that's used for ingress and egress, and I can see it being used for dropping off and picking up kids from school, I can see that happening, which means you're going to have traffic. You have your arrows coming that way, and I've taught school, and I understand where we're going. And if there was an untenable traffic issue prior to McDeeds Creek going in, I'm just confused about how a third exit onto the street, onto Camp Easter, near a traffic circle, solves anything. I think it just creates more danger. So it's really important to me that I be honest with you, and I'm happy to hear you out on that one, or I'm happy to just have planted that seed. I'm not a fan of 3 entrance and exits. And I'm an old teacher, and I get it, and traffic after school's a nightmare, and I get that, and you're talking about expanding your population at the school. And my guess from your arrows is you're going to come in and you're going to bring them all the way through, and that's going to be the way we queue cars Monday through Friday.
Not on the school's traffic pattern would stay on the school property. And that's always the intent. There's not enough, if you look at our newest master plan, there's not enough good connection between the school to then go in through the church.
I hope you're right.
To go around your elbow to do that.
Right.
But instead of trying to answer all your questions here, I'd like to say, I hear you.
Thank you.
And we'll look at that, and I'll talk with the local parish and the diocese about that road.
So I'm looking to you all if you
Otherwise, I would
extend.
make a motion that we continue this issue until the work session on, help me, Mayor,
26th?
26th.
9/26.
of September.
Pleasure of the council.
It's a public hearing.
So let this
So
person.
hang on just a second, yes.
We have a small child, we have a person connected to a small child who wants to.
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Definitely, please.
I apologize.
Gee, I wonder what you do for a living. Sorry.
I apologize. My name is Jamie Pecca. I'm here representing my husband, Robert, and myself. Our address is 2741 Camp Easter Road, here in Southern Pines. I will give a disclaimer. I apologize. I am in uniform. Obviously came straight from work with the child. So these are my opinions and those of my husband. Nothing connected with the military, obviously. So my background, Madam Mayor, we are not right next to the property, but we are close landowners. They're right on the other side of McDeeds Creek Elementary School. So we're involved with that property as well, right around that corner that we've been discussing. My background, I'm an environmental and civil engineer, and I'm an industrial hygienist. That's what I do for the Army. So I have that background. I also grew up on a horse ranch in Colorado, have ridden and raised horses and cattle and animal my entire life. I also have a child in St. John Paul II, and I'm a member of St. Anthony's Catholic Parish. So I hit this from both sides. And I will say, my husband and I chose to come to Fort Bragg. We chose to live almost an hour from work to be part of this community. As we talk about the quality of life, St. John Paul II Catholic School is what brought us to this area, in fact, so that our children, our 3 daughters, the other 2 at home, could be raised as part of this community. We were drawn by the horse community, having been raised on a ranch in Colorado. So we appreciate that quality of life. I am, however, in support of this project because I do believe that it does raise the value and the quality of life of this area. I do think it's important. I did want to speak tonight, and I appreciate you holding, since I have been to every one but one of these meetings through the hours as a local homeowner. And I would like to say that not all the local homeowners are against this. We were not involved with the mediation as far as Pine Barrens. In fact, I have had several members of their community coming over to my property asking to take pictures, coming onto my property to ask, looking at McDeed's Creek, which I don't appreciate and has been said as much. We have no concerns. But I would like you to know that the entire community is not against this. We do have local homeowners who do believe that the Catholic Church and the area has made the right adjustments. They have communicated with us. They have provided the opportunity for us. And I am a strong believer that not only the church, but the school itself does bring quality of life to the area and have made adjustments. So the local area, not all of the residents are against this. And I do think that's important you guys understand that some of us have been here, have not been able to speak, but it is not a consensus across the area that this is not going to raise the quality of life for our area. And in fact, this particular property and project as it was proposed is what brings some of us to this area and keeps some of us in this area, particularly those in uniform, both in uniform and once we retire. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there. Thank you. So we have a motion, second and?
Yeah, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. We're going to take a break. Come back in 10 minutes.
Time on these meetings. Yeah.
Please take your seats and let's keep going. The next is PD 0922, and this is Belmead. So I need a motion to open said.
I'll move to open PDO 922.
Second.
Pleasure of the council. Aye. Just as a kind of an overview, it's Belmead. They're rezoning the entire property. It's currently FRRCD, for those of you who get lost in initials, which is like, it's Facilities, Resource, and Recreational Conditional District. It does not currently, under this zoning, allow CCRC. So we are just trying to move this one along, and BJ is up.
Yes, indeed. BJ Grieve with the Town of Southern Pines Planning Department. I'm here to present application PD 0922 on behalf of the planning staff. For those in the audience, planning staff work for the Town of Southern Pines. We receive applications, process applications, and write staff reports for the Town Council and Planning Board regarding development applications. So what you have in your packet is our staff report. It's essentially a small research paper that looks at the applicable criteria. This application is a rezoning request. The subject property, as was mentioned earlier, is presently zoned FRRCD, Facilities, Resources, and Recreation. It's a conditional zoning district. The issue that is going on right now with Belmead is that it is an existing continuing care retirement community, CCRC, in the Unified Development Ordinance. There is a provision that says it may continue to exist and in fact may be expanded, and right below that there's a provision that says it has to be a planned development. And in the table in Chapter 3, the table of authorized land uses, it also states in that table that that anything that a CCRC has to be a planned development. So the applicants came to us a while back with a request to add 44 cottages on the subject property in one specific area. And rather than work through other permutations of things, everyone agreed that the best thing to do was to go ahead and bring this into compliance as a planned development because none of the otherwise uses are listed in an FRR zone. So this is an application for a planned development. Now, to be clear, Phase 1 of the conceptual development plan includes all of the existing Belmead campus, the area outlined in yellow right here on your screen. So the vast majority of the Belmead campus is simply Phase 1, and the CDP in front of you says that Phase 1 is to remain as is. So that's pretty straightforward, and we like the way they dealt with that by dividing what exists and is to remain as Phase 1, and what exists but is to be removed and replaced as Phase 2. Because this then becomes Phase 2, which is up at the north end of the campus. Phase 2 is to be developed with, as I said, 44 cottage lots. You can see that yellow outlined area that's labeled Phase 2. This is a blow-up of, in your packet, you have their master development plan. This is what that area will look like. And if you keep an eye on that shape, this is the area of the campus where that shape is to be located. Gossman Drive comes in there. Most people in the community are familiar with the Belmead campus. My daughter actually went to daycare at a building that is to be demolished right there in the middle of the screen. She very much enjoyed it out there. Used to refer to it, they said they would go hiking through it was actually over to the Coventry, which is one of the buildings on the campus, but she would say we went hiking through the country. And I always used to have this image of them just wandering off into the woods over there, like we went hiking through the country. Anyways. Anecdote from me regarding the subject building.
You're always good for those, you know.
So the application again is for 44 units, and it is a conceptual development plan. Therefore, here is the conceptual master plan from the applicant, not my hokey diagrams. Here is the further detail, a zoom in, a blow up on the subject area. So we review this under the criteria for a conceptual development plan, which should be very familiar to you because the previous application was being reviewed under the exact same criteria, and you've had 7 or 8 go-rounds at that one. So these criteria should be like you should be dreaming about them. Again, you've seen them. I'm not going to belabor them. The future land use designation of the subject property is indeed residential. The proposed use, CCRC, is deemed residential. It's a retirement care community. Water and sewer are already on site. Again, the plan is for demolition of 2 buildings replaced with up to 44 residential units. This one is fairly straightforward. Watershed protection overlay, it is within the watershed protection overlay. They are increasing their total built upon area from 33% to 36%, and certainly are going to be less than 70%. And this entire campus actually has exemption allocation from when it was first developed. So the watershed is not an issue. Again, the land use will continue as a CCRC. And according to their own application, and this is not, I want to point out, this is not a zoning regulation because such thing is strictly verboten by North Carolina general statute, but there are no new residential units within phase 2 that will contain greater than 2,500 square feet of heated area. And the maximum height, which we can regulate under zoning, is, for the new units, is 35 feet. Little something for the lawyers in the crowd. Okay, the development design and other standards from UDO 4. The only thing actually going on is they are proposing an enhancement to the buffering standards that you probably saw in your packet. They are simply, after this, going to need to undergo the PDP process for phase 2. So we'll come back to you for that quasi-judicial procedural check the box. That, and then they will move on to site plan review. It will most likely not have architectural review because the subject cottages are most likely to be built to a North Carolina residential code for 1 and 2 family dwellings. So pursuant to 160D also may not have their architecture regulated. A little something else for the lawyers in the crowd, just ringing that bell over and over. All right, so 1 new street connection to Gosman Drive is going to be created. The TIA, if required by the town engineer, will come in with the PDP. Otherwise, it may be a traffic design analysis or a TIA, but that'll be assessed at that time. We did not receive any comments from the North Carolina Department of Transportation or the Regional Land Use Advisory Commission. And I inherited this file from our dearly departed Ms. Jennifer Hunt, so I'd like to thank her for her work on this and for her doing the heavy lift on the PowerPoint presentation. Any questions for staff?
I have one probably silly question, but because their CDP is limiting it to the CCRC use, this does not mean 50 years from now, somebody can come in here and be like, oh, this PD allows, I'm going to throw multifamily on here and you can't stop me. It is only limiting to that specific use, correct?
That is correct, as stated in the CDP. The CDP document will eventually sort of be when it's done, it'll get dipped in bronze, it'll go on the shelf, and that'll be the zoning for the subject property. And yeah, at such time in the future as a different land use was desired, they would have to go through a rezoning process.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, everyone.
It's pretty straightforward, I think. So we're looking for a motion to approve the CDP.
Well, did they want to say anything?
Yeah, oh, y'all are here, excuse me. Yeah, sorry, just trying to speed this along.
I'm Dan Jewell with CJTPA in Durham, landscape architect, and our firm has been helping them. So based on what I've heard, we're here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
I like that, man. Okay, based on that.
There any other public comments?
Yeah, any other, I'm getting there.
Sorry.
Yes, Mr. McInerney, while you're here.
John McInerney, 460 Crest Road. Not a major issue, I don't think, but if memory serves me right, because I hadn't looked at this before, so Bellmead got approved, and then sometime later, they wanted to put more buildings, if I remember, closer to the road, and that was turned down. Not there, but more sort of in front. So I guess I'm curious about how close.
The new ones?
And again, that was then, this is now, right? But how close the new ones are going to be to the road versus the other. It looks like they're going to be closer. And I'm not saying it's that big a deal. I just do remember once upon a time, and I don't even remember major details because I'm just wandering back here. as to, they wanted to put something in front, as best I remember, and the council said, I don't even remember whether I was on it or just listening, no, I don't think so. So I just throw that out, and it may be fairly worthless.
Yes, sir. You're going to make him work tonight, John.
I think this will be an easy one. Dan Jewell again. So as part of this conditional zoning, we are basically writing zoning regulations for the existing and proposed facilities, and part of that includes setbacks, buffers, and that sort of thing. We are committing to, and this is in our proposal, a 100-foot landscape buffer along Camp Easter Road. So there will be no buildings built any closer than 100 feet. That's, I think, 5 times more than what the standard ordinance requires.
You good with that, John? Okay. Well, you're the one that brought it up. So we're looking for a motion to approve the CDP, which is consistent with the long-range planning.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Thank you. You need a lawyer every once in a while, you know? Now,
I'll make a motion after reviewing the proposed CDP and the criteria for consideration of the conceptual development plan, and after considering the comments received at the town council's public hearing and the planning board's written recommendation that the requested conceptual development plan is consistent with the comprehensive long-range plan, is a reasonable request for rezoning for the reasons set forth in the written planning board recommendation attached to the staff report PD-09-22.
Second. Aye.
motion to approve?
And therefore, I make a motion to approve PD-04-22 as submitted.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for coming. The next one is Morganton Park North Phase 9. This is a quasi judicial, so those parties involved in that, you can probably stand, where is it? Okay. Just raise your hand. Oh, my heavens. They're everywhere. All right. Is everybody, okay, gotcha. Anyone speaking on this hearing, whether offering testimony or questioning, must take an oath, including staff. So you're already standing up, so if you'll raise your right hand and respond to the following. State your name. Do you solemnly swear that evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Council members, please disclose the following. Any site visits? Ex parte communications? Specialized knowledge you have the case?
No.
Anyone have a fixed opinion that is not susceptible to change based on what they learn at this hearing?
No.
Whether they have a close family member, business, or other relationship with the applicant or affected persons?
No.
Is there an attorney representing the petitioner or the opposition? I think there's an attorney yoo-hoo, there's an attorney okay, there he is. Thank you. Does and the opposition, is there an attorney representing opposition? I guess we'll get started. Pam is going to do the
honors.
do the honors, yes.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. BJ's pulled up a presentation, and I'll go through it rather quickly.
But I think we need to get a motion to open this hearing.
I'll move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Pleasure.
Aye.
Aye.
Now, Pam.
Thank you. We'll have several items that will be entered into the record this evening, and Mr. Robinson has very graciously provided a numbered list, which includes the staff report, which would be exhibit number 2, and this PowerPoint presentation, which would be exhibit number 7, and he's going to fill in the gaps between those, I believe. This is considered, at least at the staff level, to be Phase 9 of the Morganton Park North PDP, and I'll just move right into this. This is a summary of the request. The CDP was approved in 2018 and calls for development of a approximately 116.7 acre piece of property. more than one tract. There was a range of allowable uses that included, and was later amended to include public institutional in the form of the elementary school that exists there now, multifamily residential, retail, hotel, service, and office. Total open space was proposed at 23.34 acres, with 11.67 of those acres being usable open space. And just briefly touch on a shared use path that was created as a result of a development agreement between the town and the developer within a 40-foot buffer that borders the north side of Morganton Road that is in place now as well. And with this phase, the extension of South Carlisle Street to make connection with Tanglewood Drive. This is the CDP's conceptual land use plan, bubble diagram mostly, indicating where the expected land uses would occur. And this phase 9 is outlined in black. It's more to the west portion of the site. And I just want to touch on this. I know it's a little bit difficult to read this. This also came in at CDP, and it was a phasing plan. There was a little bit of discussion between the applicant and staff about what phase this is. And that same area that you saw as phase 9 is shown here with multiple phase lines. You know, obviously this was a long-range development plan, and it has undergone some changes since then, as you can see from this conceptual plan. But that also included the sequence of the phasing. Staff has deemed this to be phase number 9 based on the way the components of the project came in, and you'll see this sequence and timeline here with us being at the bottom with this plan tonight. Briefly, this phase proposes 300 multifamily residential units and approximately 20,000 square feet mixed-use retail, restaurant, and/or office space. There are 20.6 acres within this developed area of the site. This is just indicating where the CDP and this heavy line, but it's also our zoning overlay that's sort of in a transparent brown, is indicating planned development, and this phase is outlined in yellow. Oops. Way ahead just now. There we go. And rough outline based on some aerial imagery of this phase, and taken from a different angle, and you can see the elementary school up at the top and Legends Apartments sort of center top. This is the site plan for phase 9, and I know that we have applicant is here and we'll talk in more detail about how this is arranged, but what you see is sort of a mirrored effect to the building as you enter this development with that has restaurant and retail on the right, and this will be mirrored on the left as you come in with the commercial portion of this phase, and the remainder is the multifamily, and there is a significant amount of open space associated with this phase. Much of it is designated as wetlands or as stormwater devices. This is the applicant's open space plan, so you do see a lot of green here. Some of this area is not developable or certainly not proposed for development. And the darker green is the usable open space that includes the multi-use path that fronts Morganton Road. This plan looks very similar to the one I showed you a moment ago that was the phasing plan from the CDP, and this is a conceptual transportation plan that came in at that time as well. And this is just to give you a sense of where phase 9 is, if you can see the leader coming from the left. So again, the criteria which we've looked at with these proposals, first of all, that the application demonstrates that it will achieve the purposes of the Planned Development District and the UDO. And this proposal does meet the purpose of the Planned Development District in that the future land use map calls for traditional mixed use for this project area, and that is what is being proposed. Also, that it meets the intent of the district in that sufficient public water and sewer are available to the site, and the existing and proposed street systems are adequate to handle the projected traffic volumes generated by the development. There was a traffic impact analysis submitted for this project, and Mr. Mickle, our town engineer, is here to provide more detail and answer questions. He did state that he agreed with the conclusion that no improvements are needed for the project based on all study intersections being expected to operate at acceptable levels of service, but also the extension of South Carlisle Street to meet Tanglewood Drive will reduce delays at other intersections and provide some alternative routes. The application being consistent with the CDP and conforming to all applicable provisions of the UDO. This is the criteria that's laid out. We do know that these projects and plan developments are allowed some flexibility, and the expectation is that there will be some uniqueness in the design depending on site constraints, for one thing, and there are some with this site, which I know the applicant will speak to you about in more detail. As we compared this proposal with the CDP approval from 2018, these were the provisions that we wanted to bring to your attention. One is that uses within the project will comply with those allowed in the GB and OS zoning districts. This was something that was laid out in the conceptual development plan approval. And of course, both of these proposed uses or the proposed uses being multifamily residential, office, and retail restaurant are allowed in those districts. There are street standards that were approved in the CDP and had a range of cross sections. And what we did see here is a deviation that we've spoken with the applicant a number of times about this and worked through it. We of course talked with the planning board about this as well. One is that there was an 80-foot right-of-way cross-section that on the transportation plan that I showed you earlier for the CDP was indicated to be applied to the South Carlisle Street extension. And what we're seeing now is that that 80-foot cross-section does exist with a median against the developed portion of this phase. But as it reaches the more western sections where we have the wetlands, the open space, the stormwater, it narrows to a 60-foot right-of-way. And we just wanted to bring this to your attention because that was not one of the cross-sections that was approved with the CDP.
Can you talk to me about what the impact of that is and just maybe speak to me like I'm a fifth grader and try to help me out there? I've read it, and it comes from the planning board, the request for the reduction in width of South Carlisle Street extension from 80 feet to 60 feet.
Right. So
help me understand.
Yeah, and probably need to word that a little bit differently, that it is the right-of-way width, which 80 feet is a very wide right-of-way, and you generally see it in a boulevard condition where you might have a median. And that's where you do see it here, where the right-of-way is 80 feet. What they're proposing to do is to reduce that right-of-way width to 60, pull out the median, and this would just be for the western portion of South Carlisle, where there really aren't developed areas on either side of it. It's open space.
There's one thing where it calls it open space. Then in their original map, it looks like it's a phase 8, this weird looking little triangle. that shows it's potentially to be developed? And like some places it shows up in space, but then this other thing, so what's the deal with that little triangle?
Yeah, that, and I will defer to some degree to the applicants for that. That is not required to be open space. It's not included in the open space calculations. It could be developed at some point. It's a little bit of a constrained, just the configuration of the property itself is a little bit constrained, but it is not included in the open space
But that is where the 60 feet would be, not the full, like,
So I'm not going to say I'm crystal clear on what you just told me, but that's okay. Can you tell me what the downside of that is?
Well, I will say that after several discussions with staff, and Mr. Mickle might be able to provide an opinion, we really did not see a downside to it. Planning Board also agreed that it was not a concern for them. This extension of South Carlisle does provide for an additional route as people are either leaving the development, trying to enter it. They have Tanglewood Drive to access from Morganton Road, and not just the already existing intersections there. So it provides some disbursement of traffic. But as I said, an 80-foot right-of-way and the median, they're lovely for when you're entering a development from Morganton Road, for example, and it does speak to the quality of the development. It really does not, and I probably should not be speaking for the engineer, but I don't see how it impacts the ability of traffic to move through the site.
So is it aesthetically an issue as far as that's the turn? I think, I'm doing this all in my mind because I haven't visited the site pursuant to the rules of the game here, but is that the turn you would make to the right on Carlisle that would then be an entrance into West Southern Pines, and we forfeited a medium at that? Okay, okay, help me.
If I don't have a slide here that shows that more clearly, I'm guessing that the applicant does, where this change exists, and what properties it fronts. But no, it's more on the western portion of this site and not the eastern portion where you would be able to access, say, the elementary school and future access points to West Southern Pines.
So basically, the reduction from 80 to 60 is to accommodate the wetlands, to make sure that we don't kind of sort of. Because I'll just say, having grown up in West Southern Pines, knowing that now Carlisle Street will actually go all the way down to Tanglewood, which goes right out to Morganton, which means for the economic development of West Southern Pines, there is an inland right onto Carlisle Street that will go all the way to the school or to the center. And I think some wonderful things are happening.
Well, I will say that I'm not prepared to say that it has a change in the impact to the wetlands. It may. What I am prepared to say is that we didn't see a need for that much of a right-of-way, that much of an impact to the site itself, that much additional asphalt. There are wetlands adjacent. There's also the stormwater, large stormwater catchment device there.
And the stormwater catchment is the one beside the playground at the elementary school, am I right?
No, let me see if.
No, we're clear on the other end of the property now.
I surely do wish I could visit a site, I'm telling you what.
There's a map there now that should help orient.
Oh, thank you. If you can zoom in on this one a little bit, BJ. So.
Not where the school is on this map, Pam, and
Thank
that
you.
might quickly orient. Yeah, it's off the screen, that's my point.
It's the school up in here.
Yes.
Legends here. This is Brucewood Road. Carlisle would be extended all the way to Tanglewood here. All of this is wetlands. This doesn't show as wetlands on the site, but it certainly appears to be wetlands when you look at the vegetation. The applicant may have more information about that. All of this is an existing stormwater pond.
Okay.
So it's from this section, as you can see, this is sort of westernmost entrance into Legends. And it's at this point that it begins to narrow down. You can see there is,
Whoopsie.
there is, sorry, there is a short distance of median, and then the right-of-way and the roadway narrows down
Oh, yeah.
from that point until you get to Tanglewood.
Okay.
Does this help to orient where
Yes.
the train goes?
Thank you, yes.
And, you know, the piece that Mr. Payne was speaking about is existing open space, but it is potentially developable. It's a small triangle that's just to the
Because on this other one it is.
northeast of this
Be
intersection.
the last one left, right? If this, after.
When you say it is currently developable, I believe at least a portion of that, if not all of it, was taken out as open space as part of the Legends 2, the Lux project. Do I recall that correctly, BJ?
This right here,
Okay.
using my cursor, that right there is the open space for Legend Space 2, now referred to as the Lux. That is committed open space and it has to remain. This area over here is unaffiliated.
Thank you, yes, thank you very much.
So after, I mean, if this phase moves, that little bitty sliver is all that's left in that whole project?
Yes. There's one more. There's one more.
Oh, okay, all right.
Behind, in between the school and Pinehurst Circle.
Okay, thank you.
It never really ends. You talking about this?
Okay. And we can go a little smaller here and. And I believe we covered this slide. And the uses being allowable in the districts that, as they were designated in the CDP. This is where we talked about that roadway, right-of-way being narrowed. Applicant has provided sort of a running tally of open space. And you can see just overall open space accumulating as we move through the phases and the usable portion, and they are exceeding the requirement. One of the other criteria that we always touch on is that the development is located in an area that is appropriate. And of course, we know that this Morganton Road area has been designated for development for some time. There are major thoroughfares and access to collector streets, existing water and sewer lines in the area, and certainly proximity to other residential and non-residential uses. As far as public facilities, utilities, and services, we certainly have those in the area already, so there would not be inefficient extensions of those. Just mentioning briefly where we see either deviations or other things that we want to make sure that council is aware of. This phase would bring 300 multifamily residential units. The plans do show a clubhouse, the associated parking, and other amenities such as a swimming pool. The approximate square footage of 20,000 for mixed-use retail restaurant and or office with their associated parking, and all to be arranged in the manner depicted in the site plan that you saw. We do want to point out that, and this was something that came up at planning board, so we worked with the applicant to sort of tease this out and make sense of it. Morganton Road requires that the density not exceed 16 dwelling units per acre, which we discussed at some length with a recent project on the south side of the road. This project with the open space that's been added and what we asked, actually it was agreed upon that the commercial portion would be pulled out for this calculation. There was some debate about whether that could be seen as double dipping. I think it was probably the prudent thing to pull that out of the calculation. And based on the acreage that's left, we're down to just over 13 dwelling units per acre on this proposal.
So the staff report says 25.5 acres. Did I hear you right that you said 20.6 acres?
Says 23 right there.
Oh, I hope I didn't say that.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
recall saying that. We did work with these calculations a little bit, really leading up to the planning board meeting and to getting this, getting your packets out to make sure that it all made sense. When we pulled the commercial piece out, and Bob has these calculations, and I may have them noted here, we were down to 23 acres.
See, 23.34, total open space acreage, 23.34.
Right.
And you said it was prudent to pull out, just take me with you here.
We had some debate.
I understand, but the acreage that was pulled out on the commercial property was, I'm sorry.
2.48 acres.
Okay. Thank you.
And it was determined that the open space that's west of Tanglewood Drive has not been used in any density calculations up to this point. And because it did show in the phases for this area in the CDP plan, it was reasonable to include that open space in the acreage here.
So does the 20.6 make sense? Is it 23.34 less the commercial space? Is that what, or was that just a misstatement?
So the multifamily area, which was 18.12 acres, and then we added the area west of Tanglewood Drive, which was 4.9 acres.
Yeah, right.
And then if we come back and add the commercial back in, we probably do get to the 20, yeah, the 25. But we pulled that out intentionally. We just didn't want to see, I mean, there's going to be some density calculations regarding square footage for that commercial area. And we felt like the residential needed to be considered, residential density and the commercial, the commercial.
Thank you. Right.
I also think there's a very simple juxtaposition of some figures here. The 23.34 is actually the overall required acreage in, it's the overall, well, you're good. I'm not going to confuse matters any further, so.
Come on, Reagan, let's go.
It really wasn't that complicated, but I found myself making notes before I came up just to make sure that I had these numbers right, because we played with it a little bit just to see what, not so much to try to fit this in, but to see what made sense, and that's why the commercial got pulled out, and we're still well below the 16.
So the commercial was pulled out in order to have a fair assessment as to the UDO requirements for the residential. Okay, thank you.
That's exactly right.
See, that wasn't so hard, Reagan, see?
So easy. Reagan, you could have said that.
Yeah, and he wrote it all down, not at all.
So just to touch on the development agreement that the town entered into with the developer regarding the multi-use path that fronts Morganton Road, and that is in place, and it goes all the way to Tanglewood. So this came up also at the planning board meeting, and we just want, actually, the developer, they've agreed to improve what was, let me see if this is on the next slide. So this is the undeveloped portion of Carlisle Street that you're seeing sort of looping through the top. The wetlands area below that, and there's an existing sort of cart path that is, provides access to sewer easement there. And what we spoke with the developer about was that that would be improved to town standards for a greenway path, which would be either asphalt or packed stone. And with that being said, the trade-off would be that there would not be a sidewalk on both sides of this section, this new section of South Carlisle Street, that there would be a sidewalk on one side, and then there would be an opportunity to add this greenway trail sort of along the south and east side of this section of wetlands. That was something that we wanted to bring to your attention. The planning board, it was discussed at planning board. They agreed that that was a reasonable and good trade-off, and they mentioned that in their comments to you, that they did not have a problem with that. So what you see now on the north side of South Carlisle is that the sidewalk ends there at that area I was just pointing to earlier that takes you up into Legends. We did not have any comments of note really from DOT or from RULAC. And then we do have Mr. Mickle here, which he can provide any additional information or answer questions regarding the traffic impact analysis. I also want to bring a couple of things to your attention. One of the discussions that we had, let me go ahead and move to the planning board comments. And I know that the applicant will bring this up in more detail regarding the parking. One of their deviations is that they exceed the maximum parking for the Morganton Road Overlay District for their commercial portion. And so there was a lot of discussion at planning board about this. And I don't want to speak for the applicant. He made a very strong case for the need for additional parking, in part based on what's currently being experienced at the pavilion just across from here. But this was the list of comments that came from the planning board discussion. One is that they just wanted to make sure that council was aware that the level of service would go from a B to a C at the intersection of Brucewood and Morganton Road. That they had no issues with a building height deviation request because of the topography of the area. And I'm also going to defer to the applicant to speak to that in more detail, that they are asking for some increased height for the commercial portion. That the applicant did agree to improve the walking paths to the town standards, and just this was actually how it was worded, but the discussion had to do with what I showed you earlier about sort of circling around the wetland area with improving that existing cart path. That they deemed the reduction in width of the right-of-way of the Carlisle extension from 80 to 60 feet was acceptable, and that they did not have a problem with losing the sidewalk on the north side of the Carlisle Street extension. Recommended that council review the details of the parking specifically for the commercial areas of this site, which I know Mr. Koontz will speak to you about. And then lastly, there was some discussion about the density and ensuring that this, that we reviewed the allowable density for the districts that that the CDP called for this to comply with, which the Morganton Road overlay is really the deciding piece of that, and that's the 16 dwelling units per acre that we spoke about. Should you make a decision tonight on this, you do have two versions of findings of fact, and one would assume a favorable decision and one would assume a not favorable decision. I just want to point out that I made an error on the attachment B if you choose to deny that the first finding, really there's no grounds to determine that the application does not comply with the criteria for a PDP, and you would answer in the affirmative there, but in the second finding would be the potential for finding that it did not comply. And if there are any questions to come to me, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions for Pam?
Just a quick clarification before this comes up down the road at some AR review. The request for the height deviation, you had said for the commercial area. By that, do you mean the office and commercial section, or are the apartment complexes also requesting that deviation? And it may be a question the applicant can address, but I do just want clarification on that matter before we end up in a discussion later at AR.
I'm going to let him answer, and I should remember that, but I don't. And I believe that he's asking for both. Is that correct?
I think Nick wants
Thank
to
you.
join us.
Yes.
Good evening. I think I need this. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Town Council. My name is Nick Robinson, and I'm from the law firm of Bradshaw, Robinson, Slaughter, and Rayner, LLP in Pittsburgh. And I am delighted to be here this evening on behalf of the applicant, which is DHIC LLC. And for context, as I always like to share, we're not seeking any rezoning, not seeking any special use permit, but under the UDO, we do have a quasi-judicial hearing tonight, as is required for a PDP approval, second step from after the CDP approval. So in terms of witnesses tonight, I didn't hear or see anybody else stand up to be sworn other than our folks. We have 3 expert witnesses tonight, all of whom you've seen before and have admitted as experts in their respective fields. One is Bob Kuntz regarding the land plan, Travis Flewitt regarding traffic impact analysis, and Tim Carpenter of LKC regarding utilities. So I can probably expedite the hearing a little bit by just cutting out the qualification of the experts if the board is willing to accept those 3 individuals as experts in their respective fields at this time.
That's fine.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Great, then we can move through it. The other thing I always say is we want to go ahead and formally tender for the record in this quasi-judicial proceeding and incorporate into the record the entire application packet that the applicant submitted as Exhibit 1, as well as the staff report as Exhibit 2. In addition, each of the exhibits that I bring up tonight, and there won't be too many of them, just 4 more from our side, should be introduced into the record as well. As Ms. Graham alluded to, the project involves 300 multifamily units and plus or minus 20,000 square feet of commercial space, all at the corner of Brucewood Road and Morganton Road at the Morganton Road North PDD. And she mentioned this, we did have an excellent preliminary forum with the planning board on August 18th, and that surfaced some important issues, and we worked with the staff in the interim to address those, and we'll go through those with Mr. Kuntz as he goes through his presentation. And Ms. Graham also mentioned that she submitted to you 2 alternative findings of fact, Attachment A, which would approve it, and Attachment B, which would not approve it. And Attachment A sets out the findings of fact establishing that these 4 required findings are met. And so, no surprise, we respectfully request that you adopt the findings set out in Attachment A when we're done with the quasi-judicial hearing. So I can, with that, I'm ready to jump right into the evidentiary part of the hearing, if please the board. Thank you. I would call Mr. Bob Kuntz, please. This is always hard.
Good evening, everyone. Bob Kuntz.
So we're gonna jump over your qualifications as an expert and just been admitted as an expert in site plan design and planning. Did you assist in the preparation of the preliminary development plan application that was filed on July 11th?
Yes, I did.
Are you familiar with the entirety of the PDP application?
Yes, I am.
To the best of your knowledge, is the PDP application complete?
It is.
And in fact, the PDP application was deemed complete by staff on July 18th, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the proposed site and its location in Southern Pines?
Yes, I am.
Have you been to the site?
I've been to site at least 5 or 6 times during this process, and I actually drive by it every day on the way home from work and back and forth to Southern Pines.
Okay. Are you familiar with the surrounding properties and the uses near the site?
Yes, I have actually been engaged with the development of the existing multifamily project, the medical office building, mixed-use buildings, and the overall Morganton Park North CDP.
All right, so having established that, can you go ahead and take some time now to describe the project to the council through your PowerPoint presentation?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
And I think a number of the issues that Ms. Graham raised, and including the 3 deviations that we were asking for and that, about which there were questions asked, we'll get to those in some detail that will help you.
Okay.
Great deal. Thanks.
The PowerPoint. I'm just going to go ahead and move over.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So I'd like to just take a few minutes and walk through the presentation and go into a little bit more detail on what Ms. Graham walked through. BJ? So looking at the
Let's get the clicker working. Try it again.
Okay.
Hey, you're just too far away. It's like, come on, it's like a $100 clicker. It's not, you know.
Okay, so this is.
It's not the Starship Enterprise here. I think if you're on the other side of this podium, truly, like this little receiver right here is plugged into USB.
Yeah.
That's probably what's limiting it. So I don't know.
It's not going.
Halfway or.
Can you flip through for me?
What?
Can you flip through for me? Would that be possible? Sorry.
No, you're good.
I can stand halfway between.
Do a relay.
Nick, do you want to try there?
Nothing else to do.
Sure works.
So I just clicked the
Right side of the circle. Yeah.
Look at you go.
All right, so go on to the next slide. Great.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, so I think this plan, this new aerial photograph really starts to show sort of what's happened on Morganton Park North over a period of time. As Mr. Payton mentioned, looking at the overall, this is the main site. This is Bruce Wood Road. This is Morganton Road. And there are really only 2 parcels remaining that are undeveloped of the CDP. That would be this parcel directly in between the elementary school and the new Pinehurst Surgical Building, which sits on this tract. And I know they've got some plans for that. And then this small tract that's I think it's 0.78 acres. So it's less than an acre of property there. So looking at the overall, this is the Pavilion Building. Sandhills Pediatrics has begun their construction now. So they are underway as well. And this is really developed in that very mixed-use fashion. You've residential, commercial, office, a school, and then the medical office actually came, which I'm not sure anybody really envisioned that when we started working on Morganton Park North back in 2010, 2011. So it's taken a while to get here, but we're here to one of the last remaining parcels. Go to the next slide. Back. Oh, there you go. As Pam mentioned, this is zone for general business and office service. Go ahead to the next. And this is the overall site, and talk through the site conditions, the existing conditions a little bit. Obviously, Morganton Road, Bruce Wood, and then Tanglewood. Carlisle Street has been constructed back to the school, which is back this way. And during the development of the Legends Apartments, this portion that you see hatched here in gray, that was built and constructed as a emergency access lane in order to get access into 2 access points within the Legends Apartments, specifically for emergency access and to allow 2 different routes and for fire safety and emergency service safety. During the initial phase of the development, the stormwater pond was constructed. A sewer line was constructed through here and connecting back to the Largemore County line that runs in this location, and water lines were constructed really around the property. So all of the stormwater ponds, the sewer lines, they were all considered and developed with the intention that this project would be developed over many years, and they were sized appropriately to handle everything that was occurring here. All the way over until, roughly, I think that last parcel, the 4B parcel north, and the elementary school had to provide their own stormwater because there's a ridge there and it wasn't able to get to the side, but this stormwater pond was designed to accommodate development of this entire area. Same as the sewer line and the sewer easement. The site, I'm sure you've driven by, and you can see how low this area actually is. So this is significantly below Bruce Wood Road. It's actually about 20 feet below. This intersection is roughly where the site actually picks up. So there's about 75 feet of fall across this site, so it's very steep. There is a lot of grade and a lot of topography that we're having to deal with this proposed project. Similar to what this side has had to deal with as well. And actually, this has become the stockpile for when all the cut was going on for Pinehurst Medical, Surgical, Sand Hills Pediatrics, the Pavilion. This is where they took the dirt because this is such a low area and had to be brought up. Can you go back another? So this is the proposed site plan. And in this area, we've provided 2 commercial structures. Each one is designated right now as about 10,000 square feet each. They are connected with an internal courtyard. And this was designed particularly to reflect the Pavilion building and to create a gateway into Morgan Park North. We wanted to create the streetscape and the street effect of this mirrored image somewhat. Now, granted, this is a little below and this is lower, but still to have the architecture screening the parking areas and hiding those parking areas as much as possible. In addition, having a public space on the corner, very similar to the way the Pavilion has a fountain and public space in the front. This could be, this outdoor space is being designated as maybe an outdoor eating area for a restaurant or break space for any type of offices or other folks that are working in these buildings. Coming in, and then this road connects directly back to the access point of the Legends Apartments, the rear access entry into the Legends, and it goes by the clubhouse. So this is a straight line into the clubhouse in the architecture, so you'll see a nice view coming in and connecting back to the clubhouse. We designed this so it was really designed around courtyard spaces. So you have a nice courtyard here with multifamily buildings looking out over the clubhouse. You have these units looking out over a nice green space. And then you have this connection, a pedestrian connection that works its way all the way through the site, sidewalks connecting all areas of the property. We also have a nice park space right here at this location, an amenity area, and then units that, again, they front the road rather than especially on Bruce Wood in particular, to hide that parking. So along the front, there's a 40-foot landscape buffer for the Highway Corridor Overlay District, and these parking spaces will be significantly below grade. So all of this will be screened and buffered quite a bit with the topography change. As Pam mentioned earlier, we are proposing a boulevarded section to this location with a continuation of Carlisle Street that makes its way back to the access point here. A small, short continuation of that median, and then a connection back to Carlisle. And I'll talk about that a little bit more here in a second. But that's the overall site plan for the mixed-use project. Oh, okay.
This is high-tech.
Oh, while he changes the batteries, and you might have an answer for this when you get to your next slide or two, but like the Greenway Trail, glad that there's still sidewalk on the south side there for anybody coming out of Tanglewood that would like to go to the restaurants and things that are clearly on that side of the road. Any thought given to any improvements with Tanglewood itself, or at very minimum, some form of pedestrian tie between what will be that improved Greenway Trail back up to the sidewalk, almost creating a loop, but at the very least making it so no one has to walk out in the middle of Tanglewood Drive if they're treating it as a loop, for instance?
Well, there is a Greenway Trail that actually runs from Tanglewood. On the
Right.
other side of Tanglewood. So you're talking about this side, but having these connections back, and then also there's a connection along Morganton Road. So we see this as being a loop, a large Greenway loop that connects Tanglewood, can come back, connect around, and come back into the commercial center, either through the neighborhood or through along Carlisle and Brucewood. Or you could come this way and connect across the Greenway multi-use trail, really trying to loop this entire thing. And then working with staff to really improve this space and to improve that, so it becomes a really nice loop. We think that since this is a mixed-use area, and there are so many people that will be working here in the medical office buildings, and the office buildings that are located in the commercial building, potentially, and in the pavilion now, that this is going to provide a great walking opportunity during the day or some other opportunities for that as well. Also think that for people that do live here, this loop in Greenway Loop that really loops through the property all the way back over to Patriot becomes a really nice amenity and creates a really walkable area. And Morgan Park North was always envisioned to be a very walkable community. And I think this last piece, and with this addition of the Greenway Trail, I think really starts to create loops and interest around the overall development. So I think it works pretty well. Lots of sidewalks through the development, and you're not seeing some of the other connections that are here that are smaller connections to sidewalks. So really trying to make this very walkable for everyone in Morgan Park North.
But Reagan, you were specifically asking for something along Tanglewood,
That's
right
what I
next to
just
the
said.
wetlands, right?
Did you answer the question?
Okay, just, yeah, just,
That Greenway is right there, but it does still.
but it would be nice if you didn't
Crossing
have to
Tanglewood.
cross Tanglewood twice to make the loop.
Yeah. Well, this is Mid-South's property.
Okay.
So this is Mid-South, this section, so there's no control over what happens with Mid-South. That would be needed. You'd have to come across that in order to make the connection.
No, I think on the right side of Tanglewood, where the wetlands are. Can you connect the green line to the green line across that road?
Without crossing the street.
Yeah.
Right there, or down.
Right there.
Right there where you're at.
Right there.
Move. There you go.
Yes.
That small connection. Gosh, I am not with it right now. I can't believe I missed that. I think that would be a reasonable connection.
Because it's just so close.
The difficulty there is the wetland, because that wetland does come out into the right-of-way of Tanglewood. So there's an opportunity, but that wetland this gets pretty narrow through here with the wetland right here, because this is the wetland. This wetland basically crosses right here and connects back to the wetland, larger wetland that's here. So it's very tight there. It's possible, but I'd hate to impact the wetland in order to put that trail through there, but it's something we could consider.
See what you can do.
We could consider putting that trail there for sure. And I understand exactly what you're talking about. That way you'd have the internal loop, and
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Given the narrowness of the drive and the increased traffic, I'm just concerned with people walking down Tanglewood at that point.
I understand exactly what you're saying. One thing I would say is we have, to Mr. Murphy's point earlier, this narrowing of this road, and you can see that this is the right-of-way line that exists today. We are planning to push the road to the top of that right-of-way, in particular to get it away from the wetland. So that is what we're trying to do here. And that allows us to get the Greenway Trail connection, and taking out that median gets us a really nice median or a Greenway Trail connection back through Carlisle and back over there. So that's what we're trying to do.
Close the loop. Let's
Close the loop right here?
Yeah. Let's answer the question. How you
Well,
feeling
he
about
did, he said he would try, but it's wetlands.
It's going to depend on the wetlands, and I don't know exactly how far that wetland comes out in that location in the right-of-way. I know it is flagged, and it is showing here in the right-of-way. I just don't have an exact survey right now to.
Well, like I said, give it your best shot, because that would be nice to tighten up that loop.
If that, well,
Oh, wait, we're getting the word over here.
Oh, yeah, I don't have a mic, but, yeah, it's just speaking to the applicant, and they said that they're willing to do that. They just like the opportunity to study it with the staff during the site
Okay.
planning process, and if it's feasible,
That would
then work it out.
That'd be good, okay.
We'll definitely make every effort to make that happen, and I just can't commit to that this evening without study. So again, really trying to create a very pedestrian-friendly community that ties in with the sidewalks and trails, especially with an elementary school being here. This way, residents of this neighborhood can walk to school and do those things. So, next slide. This is just a little more of a detailed look, more of an engineering style drawing. But this shows the topography and the topography that we're dealing with on the site, which leads us to our request for an additional 5 feet of building height. Currently, the highway corridor overlay is a 40-foot height restriction, and we're asking for 5 additional feet, partially on the multifamily and on the commercial. And to get roof lines that aren't flat roofs on this facility, and with the understanding that these buildings are significantly below Morganton Road. If you've driven down Morganton Road, it goes downhill pretty fast there. And then it drops into the site as well. So these buildings are going to be 10 to 20 feet below grade, several of them. These are probably going to be 15 to 20 feet below grade as well, so below the level of Brucewood and Morganton Road. So we're asking for that 5-foot deviation.
if you were granted that deviation, how many floors would you put in your multifamily units?
They're still 3-story. It wouldn't change the number of, it will not change the number of floors. It would only change what type of roof is on the building. We think the pitched roof here, since the Legends is pitched roof, it all sort of makes sense here.
Aesthetics is what
And the
you're
aesthetics.
looking at.
And that it's below, it's so far below, the lower level of these buildings is going to be below grade.
Can I ask you a quick question? This is, sorry, come to mind, don't want to forget. BJ would probably know best. When this CDP was approved in 2018, I know we put a cap to multifamily units on the other side of the street. Was there any cap? I mean, do we need to compare this 300 into the big master table, what Legends is taking up? Or is it just unlimited? It's just a use restriction on that CDP plan?
There's not a cap on the total number of dwelling units in Morgan.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide. So this shows the overall open space for the property. So again, lots of courtyards and green spaces within, and then also these greenway trail connections outside. Next slide. And looking at the overall Morgan Park North mixed-use area, it'll be 13 acres of the 25.5 acres will be open space. 10.5 of which will be usable, since Greenway Trail areas and things like that count toward open space, usable open space in the Town of Southern Pines ordinance. So this will be the last open space that's required in the overall Morganton Park North development. This actually exceeds, I believe it's about 20, overall, it's about 23% of the property. No, that's not right. Yeah, it is right. 23% of the overall to date, Morganton Park North is open space. And of that, 18% is usable. So that's significantly more than was the required as Morganton Park North developed in the CDP. And this illustrates the cross-section of Carlisle Street a little bit more. So we're looking at removing the median, or keeping the median from Carlisle aesthetically to keep it down to this location, to the back entrance of the Legends Apartments, and then also continuing that so it doesn't look like an abrupt change. So it still aesthetically has some continuity, and then reducing that down to a 2-lane road cross-section as we move by the wetlands and move by this area here. And I added the sidewalks and the Greenway Trail connections on this slide as well. This is some very preliminary architecture, and as you know, we'll have to come back through ARB. We did just want to sort of show sort of what the thinking is, current thinking. So this is the multifamily building with the pitched roofs, 3 stories, and then a commercial building with lots of brick across the front. These are all large brick elements, lower brick elements that would meet the standards. Metal awnings, just because we're seeing a lot of those now. So
I just have one statement, and it refers to the last slide, where, as you said, moving from the median, down. That feels so good. The reason being is coming up towards the school, you have the intimacy of the 2-lane, and then it spreads out, goes through that area, and on the other end, it continues with Carlisle with a consistent intimacy.
Right.
I just thought.
Yeah, I agree with
aesthetically
you. And with this being dedicated open space
Right.
north of Carlisle, and then this being the wetland and dedicated open space on the south side, I think it will feel like you're sort of walking through there, walking through a woods or driving through the woods, and with the Greenway Trail connection.
I expected harmony from you.
It's going to be a nice uphill trek, though. There's a lot of topography there. But again, this is the front of the building, the front of the retail. This would be the parking lot side. Go to the next slide. And then the back side, looking at 4-sided architecture, so continuing the brick, continuing the roof lines, having windows and things to break up those sides as well. And then elements, nice elements on the corner. These elements would be facing that interior courtyard space. So having that architecture. But again, this is very preliminary architecture. So just looking at the site areas, 25.5 acres overall, proposing 20,000 square feet at 2.48 acres of the site, and then the multifamily on 23.02 acres and 13.03 dwelling units an acre. We are asking for the 5-foot increase in the building height, and then impervious surface is significantly very low at 40.5%. And then just some other general information here. And now I'd like to talk about parking a little bit, because we are asking for the deviation to the commercial parking. Multifamily, we are not really asking for a deviation here. One of the reasons we're not asking for that is you can see the very high percentage of 1-bedroom units in this development. That leads to a more right-sized parking versus what the UDO typically makes. We've talked before that the UDO parking requirement is really high. When you have a very high percentage of 1-bedroom units, it sort of works itself out. So we're right in at 1.71 units or parking spaces, which is right about, we've been anywhere from 1.65 to 1.7. A lot of times the UDO pushes us to 1.85 or over 1.8 parking spaces. But in this case, we feel good about the parking requirements.
So Bob, just to be clear, the UDO would require 523 spaces, and the project is in the multifamily section. The project is supplying 537.
537 with the garages and 514 surface spaces. I think one of the things everyone finds now with multifamily and having those garages is sometimes it becomes storage space and you end up losing those spaces. So making sure that you have enough parking available throughout the development as an overall without the garages. So this is where we've got, we're asking for a bit of flexibility is essentially what we're asking for in determining the maximum number of parking spaces in the commercial. The current site plan is a 20,000 square foot building and it's 97 spaces at 1 space per 206 square feet. Typical commercial, and we would just say commercial is 1 per 200, which would be 100 spaces. In this case, we have 1 space per 206 square feet. What we're asking is that as the building develops and the building is designed and the tenants are determined, that we right-size the parking based on the tenants. So restaurant parking requirements are significantly higher than, say, a mortgage office or something like that. So the parking requirements are significantly different for each of those uses, all of which could be in this mixed-use building. So we're asking for that flexibility that our maximum number would be the parking count that would be required by the UDO once the tenants are determined. And then also, there's an opportunity for shared parking with multifamily if we need to increase that parking above those standards. So if you go to the next slide, I've got a couple.
So, I have a question.
Okay.
So your maximum, say it again, what your request is versus what, yeah. go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think the next slide will help illustrate what
Great,
we're asking
let's go to the
for.
next slide.
So these are two examples of what could occur in these commercial buildings. And this starts to take into account different sizes of restaurant, different sizes of professional office or general retail. Yeah.
One context point. I think this will help as you get ready to go through these. If you follow the Morganton Road overlay maximum, it's one space for every 200 square feet. So in a 20,000 square foot building, you would have a maximum of 80 spaces. So that's why we're asking for the deviation. 80 is not going to be enough. Now, Bob is going to walk you through some of the scenarios above 80, just to make sure you understand what we're asking for.
So in this first example, you'd have a 20,000 square foot building. Let's say there's a 6,000 square foot restaurant there. That would be 60 spaces based on the UDO. These are UDO requirements on this side. 10,000 square feet of general retail at 50 spaces, 4,000 square feet of professional office at 10 spaces, which would be a total required parking of 120 spaces. And in that scenario, we would probably utilize some shared parking with the multifamily in that scenario. In example 2, the building has shrunk a little bit. It ends up programmatically, it wanted to be a little bit smaller at 18,000 square feet. You have a 2,500 square foot restaurant at 25 spaces, 8,500 square feet of general retail, and we have 7,000 square feet of professional office. That's a total of 86 parking spaces. So you can see where the flexibility comes in and locking into a specific number prior to tenants being figured out or determined. The pavilion is a perfect example of this, actually. The pavilion was originally approved through a little bit different process, but a similar process. And the approval document had 126 parking spaces. When it was actually constructed, after the tenants were determined, it is actually 117 parking spaces. So it changed with the determination of those individual tenants in that facility.
How does that work, though, Bob? Because, I mean, tenants change in developments over time anyway. So how does that work?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The restaurant may become something else. Typically, a restaurant stays a restaurant. Typically, an office could switch to something else. But it allows for at least the day it goes in that it's right-sized. And then parking will be determined, tenants will be determined based on, they will look at the parking requirements and the amount of parking that's there, and they'll make a determination whether or not they want to go in that facility, knowing that there may be limited parking in those facilities.
Yeah, the bigger challenge tends to be that something else becomes a restaurant, which I think happened with the pavilion at some point in the early stages when the second place, although it initially breakfast only, kind of became a restaurant.
It did. We had calculated most of that facility based on a 5 per 1,000.
Yeah.
But the two restaurants, by the time you added a real estate office, which parks at a low, the professional office, which parks at a low rate, the number actually went down.
Yeah.
Even though it is two restaurants, which have a very high, one space per 100 square feet, they have a very high parking ratio. But it actually worked. And when we did that development and we were going through the site planning process, we parked at the required amounts for that facility.
Removing the shared parking consideration for just one moment, am I correct in understanding that what you are asking for, and this is a very unique area because it's the only area of town that currently has a maximum parking standard. Generally, it's you've got to provide X number of spaces, and the conversation is usually about one of your clients wanting to provide a lot more than the minimum, and we get into a lot of conversation around that at TRC. In this instance, do I hear you saying essentially you are setting your max rather than at what is in the overlay district, the 1 per 200, you're setting your max at what otherwise the code would require as a minimum, which is in excess of the Morganton Road overlay?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
It said, so 80 was the max allowed, but you were asking for 97. Did I misread that somewhere?
Yeah, I think that was the original, when we originally talked about it, and I think over time it's determined that we probably want to make it a little more flexible if we can. just because of scenarios like this that occur.
No, I was gonna say, in that scenario, the restaurant, there's gonna be shared parking among those things. Like the professional office and the restaurant may not be high, like maximum capacity at the same time, right? So you don't,
Potentially,
Okay.
but they could as well. If you remember when the pavilion opened, I don't know if you remember when it opened and both restaurants were open and people were parking on the other side and people were parking all over the world. And now that parking, based on the UDO standard, is pretty right sized. Because I think actually the two restaurants that are there end up getting more parking. And one happens to be a breakfast restaurant and one is an evening, more a lunch and evening restaurant. So yeah, you're right about that, but I think that flexibility, depending on the tenants, if you get another breakfast place, like it could really change the way that parking operates. So having the flexibility as we move through that process.
So you're asking us for a deviation for parking that's all speculative based on examples of what might happen. Is that correct?
But it's tied to the UDO standards for the individual tenants. So there is a measuring stick for what we're permitted within that building, which is the UDO.
Does it make, why does it make sense to do this at the point that we have no idea what the tenants are or who the tenants are? Why does it make any sense? Good question.
If I may, it's a great question. So if we don't change the standard now, then we're stuck with a maximum of 80 parking spaces, which we know is not going to work out. So we have to look into the future and say,
How do we know it's not going to work out?
well, it's very unlikely. But if it does work out, great, we don't have a problem. But if it doesn't work out, then we do have a problem, right? Depending on who the tenants are. And so what's very vexing for people, not just in Southern Pines, but planners all over the place, is establishing a maximum number of parking spaces when you don't know what the tenant uses are going to be. And so we've done like a hybrid. We've said, we'll take the minimum parking requirement for whatever the uses are under the UDO, and we'll set that as our maximum. So that we're not going to go hog wild and overboard. We're just going to put in there what the UDO already establishes as the minimum number of spaces based on the actual tenants that show up to lease the space. If that
And you're
makes
going
sense.
to tell me there's no vehicle to talk about this after you have knowledge of who the tenants would be. So this is all speculative.
Well, I mean, I guess we'd be happy to talk about it then, but we don't want to be stuck with 80. We know that. That's not going to be enough. And we're trying to give you the certainty of knowing that no matter what happens, we're not going to go above the minimum standard of the UDO. That's all we're trying to do. Create flexibility so that you know that we're not going to come back and ask for 4,000 parking spaces just to make a ridiculous example. We'll be capped by what the UDO are, and it's a measurable, definitive.
But if we don't give you a deviation, you'll be capped at 80, correct? Okay.
Correct. That's why we're asking for the deviation, yeah.
And I will say for this part, the thing I don't like the most, and it's just happened, multifamily has just been the thing. This is going to help that commercial succeed. And at least if this helps the commercial segment not be all multifamily, then I'm in favor of doing what we can to help you make your commercial element of that work, if that makes sense.
Right next to multifamily, right? With shared parking possibilities.
Potentially, when you said shared, you're talking about sharing up into the.
Yeah, just a little, there are some spaces that are pretty easy to share.
Right.
And if you think about when multifamily parks versus when, if they're offices or retail, the multifamily's parking at night, and the retail tenants and those things are parking during the day.
Well, and you were right. People have garages, but they don't put cars in there. Cars in the garages, wouldn't have a problem. They put stuff.
Since the multifamily, it also leads to the internal capture types of calculations that Travis does on these types of projects. Because the theory is if somebody's living in that apartment and they're walking over to whatever happens to be in your commercial area, they're clearly already parked somewhere outside their apartment.
Yeah, the multi-use trail and sidewalk connectivity really is what Travis is looking for to help reduce traffic overall.
Also reduce parking spaces needed for your commercial area. Right? Nice comeback, but the minimum would be 80. speculative type of use.
It won't be speculative when we get the tenants.
Right, but do you know who the tenants are right now? Exactly, so it's speculative.
Create the opportunity for the tenants so that it won't limit the tenants.
I disagree, but that's okay.
But am I understanding you to say that when this actually pencils and you put it down, you go before staff and you say, here's what it's going to be, you are going to, at that point, have identified the use for each, like, spot, and that's going to set the number. Is that what you intend? Okay.
That's the intent.
Okay.
You're saying that when you come before us for TRC, if I may, you're going to know your tenants.
We're going to know the majority of the tenants, yes.
You're going to know the majority of your tenants, or you're going to know your tenants?
We'll make calculations based on the other, yes. We don't know the exact tenants. But we'll know. We'll know the uses. We'll know the uses.
Not-
Yeah, we'll know the
not
uses. We'll
Curly's,
identify the
Joe, and
uses,
Bar and
yes.
Grill.
Restaurant, you may not know
Who?
which restaurant.
Right.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Matter, because if it's a breakfast restaurant, it's going to matter relative to the parking. So I agree that if you're going to come in and ask for, I mean, it would really be helpful if this wasn't speculative. It'd be really helpful. If you know the tenants, you therefore can express the need based on that. And I'm,
From a code standpoint, knowing the specific tenant isn't going to change the minimum number. Whether it's a breakfast place versus that type of conversation ends up playing out in the event that they're not able to meet a minimum and they get into a shared situation, or they'd like to
Right.
be able to state that, look, we don't, that usually plays out when somebody doesn't want to build additional parking. And
Right.
that's the antithesis of the discussion taking place here.
got it. I'm pretty interested in not having a sea of asphalt, though.
Exactly.
And I
And
think-
that's why this happens to be the only area where a maximum was even attempted to be placed in the code. And that was done very much along the lines of, if you don't know who the tenants are, that was done very much in a vacuum. It was sort of what may or may not be working elsewhere. This is the first time I've seen this approach of sort of setting the maximum at the current minimum, which is to say that if the development in front of you were anywhere else in town, in all likelihood, there wouldn't even be a discussion about what he is proposing as being the maximum. Any deviation is likely to be more, we don't want to build that much, and that's rarely a conversation we ever hear. So this is kind of it's an interesting approach, and what it means is it won't be overbuilt like we get into in some areas of town, and it's probably something we'll be talking about through the CLRP and maybe
One can hope.
eventually the UDO. And this is kind of I'll say this is an interesting concept in order to keep that number down as opposed to the usual pressure to push it up.
Yeah, typically, I'm always asking for more.
I may add just one more tidbit along those lines. It is very normal at this stage to not know tenants and to even not know exact uses, right? That's not abnormal. The challenge does come in later when, let's say it was anticipated we were gonna have retail, it turns out we've got great office tenants. We do a lot of TRC review with commercial shell buildings that have hoped for uses and by the individual investing in the building. The only reason this has become a problem when it comes to the sea of asphalt issue is you go through review for a certain, you might say menu of uses, and you come in with a certain number. What can happen, and just factually speaking, what happens is they will have to go through a site plan amendment, because hey, it turns out they landed a great tenant for this end unit, but it hasn't parked enough, so they got to amend the site. And that's a situation to be avoided if at all possible. So planning for not the maximum parking you'll ever need, but having a cap is desirable. Now, how that weighs into your decision making on this, that's not what I'm speaking of. I'm just saying how this plays out. I want to get that.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. I appreciate it.
I think that's my last slide, other than the.
So what is the
Yes.
actual requested parking? Is it 120?
The
Or
actual
86?
requested parking is that we are permitted to base it on the uses of the UDO.
No number.
There's no number.
Okay.
Be the restaurant use,
The
the
120.
100, I mean, that would be the
You filled
most,
all 20,000 square feet with restaurant.
20,000 square feet of, with
Don't-
the restaurant?
don't even do the math.
Yeah,
We
it'd be
don't do that.
200 parking spaces. There's no way we could park that.
I mean, but one other context point I'll make here, then we can just move on, is that Planned Development District is designed with exactly this kind of flexibility in mind. You have a specific provision in your UDO that says that you can deviate in exactly this situation. And all we're trying to do is come up with an approach to an unknown variable at this point that protects the developer and protects the town from not either being required to build too much parking or not having enough. So that was the idea.
Right.
The actual number, if we do approve it, I feel like we pick a number based on your estimates and throw out a number as opposed to saying,
Well, again, there
Bring
are
us all
so many
restaurants.
variables. There are so many variables in what happens here. So if it actually reduces to 18,000 square feet, and let's say the building could be reduced to 18,000 square feet,
oh, I think that's fine. Just give us we set like a minimum and a maximum so that there is some limit.
well, I think we're letting the UDO
Yeah, no.
set
That, using your UDO numbers, let's pick a number. I mean, is that feasible to ask for?
Is there a number that you know you're not going to hit, you're not going to ask for any more than that? Even with
120
the-
sounds like a good number. I think you're
Like
math
a, like
there.
a conservative overestimate of where you think you're going to hit, like, could you give us an idea?
Yeah, I mean, I think the 120 would be the outer boundary.
Okay.
On the commercial part. On the commercial part, right, yeah, that's all we're talking about.
Right.
with the ability to do shared parking.
Shared parking along with multi.
Okay.
So we're not adding parking spaces. There won't be more than 120 parking spaces here.
We're comfortable with the number.
So in that diagram, how many parking spaces, with your expertise, would you suggest are there right now in the diagram? Because that looks to me like not many parking spaces. So I'm not sure that the diagram, that the pretty picture is a good reflection of 120 parking spaces.
You're correct. This is actually 97 parking spaces. But clearly, there's room to pick up additional parking spaces on this site.
Taking down greenery?
Potentially. And there's also the ability to make buildings smaller and do other things. So there are lots of things that can happen during the actual site planning and tenant process of a commercial structure and commercial buildings. There's just so many variables, especially at this point, we just don't know.
Like build a suit kind of thing, is that what you're doing? Or you just, yeah, or you just build and hope they come, or you're going to build a suit? I mean, I guess that's the other thing, is if you, not that's a curious question, more so for parking spaces, you know.
I don't necessarily want to speak for them, but I'm typically, I don't think it's going to be a build-to-suit. I think they're going to have tenant.
Build and they will come.
Someone, at least some tenant.
And then you'll know from the structure how many parking places that you're going to need. So then you'll know how to tweak that.
So he doesn't want to answer for you. Do you want to answer for you?
We would wait until we have a tenant on board before making that build
Yes, sir.
structure and locking in on site. We want to make sure that we have.
Last thing you said, we want to make sure that we have what, sorry? An end user.
Tenant.
Right, got it, yeah.
I mean, one of the things that's interesting about the whole parking thing is, and counterintuitive, is that you could have two much smaller buildings and still need more parking based on what the uses are in the building. Right. And you would, in that case, actually have more room to put more parking. So there's multiple variables happening at the same time.
Also eliminate one of your multivariable housing units and have more parking. Just a concept.
Yeah, I mean, this project is coming in well under the allowed density.
I understand that, but and I agree with Mr. Pate in support of commercial areas and what they would bring to the town. And I am skeptical as to how many more multifamily units we need in this town.
Yeah, I think that's my last slide. If there are any other questions for me.
Taylor, were you hoping to get like a 120, 125, a firm number from them where you
Yes.
guarantee you won't cap over?
Yeah, I like the 120 number. I feel like that guarantees that it is mixed use. It's not going to be all restaurants that need 300 parking spots. And I think that that should be a maximum cap.
Okay, yeah. That's acceptable? On the commercial.
On the commercial,
That's
yes.
correct, yes.
Okay.
If I may, I want to go ahead and ask that his PowerPoint presentation be admitted as Exhibit 3.
Exhibit, accepted.
Okay, so Bob, back here. Yeah, right there. You made yourself familiar with the Southern Pines UDO, particularly the requirements for a valid PDP set forth in 2.18.5, correct?
Yes.
And you've reviewed the PDP application in light of the UDO requirements?
Yes, I have.
And to the best of your knowledge, does the PDP application meet all of the requirements of the UDO for a PDP?
It does.
So section 2.18.5, it sets forth 4 criteria for the approval of a PDP, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm just going to read those out and then ask you to walk the council through those. First criteria is that the application demonstrates that it will achieve the purposes of the PDD in this section. And, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and the applicant agrees with the staff that the project helps to achieve the purposes of the planned development district, in that it accommodates facilities, mixed land uses such as office, residential, service, commercial, as stated in section 3.5.14 of the UDO. Likewise, the project meets the intent of a PD district under section 3.5.14 because it allows mixed uses in an area where sufficient public water and sewer service is available and where the street system is adequate to handle the projected traffic volumes generated by the development. Further, the UDO sets out in section 3.5.14A 1 through 14, its intents of the PD district, all of which are met as set forth in the application. Also, the project meets the 5 purposes of the PDP as set out in section 2.18.5A 1. The land use mix and intensity are consistent with the comprehensive plan, the PDD, and the CDP. The system of streets and greenways is consistent with the UDO. The project conforms to the ability to provide and maintain public facilities and services. The project is well integrated with natural features, including wetlands and open space, and the project development is compatible with the character and vitality of the neighborhood and community.
Okay, and so that's the first requirement. The second one is that the preliminary development plan, it needs to be consistent with the conceptual development plan that was previously approved and conform to the applicable provisions of the UDO.
Yes, and the project is consistent with the permitted uses under the conceptual development plan and will add to the mixture of uses overall within the CDP. Further, the PDP complies with UDO except with respect to the 3 requested deviations of the right-of-way change, the parking requirement, and the building height, as described during the presentation. In the case of each deviation, the proposed standard meets the general intent of the UDO, is appropriate and calibrated to the specific mix of uses and the character of the development, and will achieve a safe, efficient, or economical land use without detracting from the development of the community as a whole.
Okay, and so just to make sure we're clear, the 3 deviations that we're asking for, first one is reduction of the right-of-way, the narrowing from 80 feet to 60 feet in the location previously shown. The next one is allowing a maximum building height of 45 feet rather than 40 within the PDP. And then the third one is the revision of the parking standards. And we've talked about what we've proposed, and the council seems inclined possibly to put a minimum and maximum cap on the parking spaces in that regard. Okay, with just 2 requirements left. The third one, the proposed development is located in an area of the town that is appropriate.
Yes, it is. The overall Morganton Park North area is designated as traditional mixed use in the comprehensive long-range plan. The proposed project is a mixture of residential, commercial, and office uses, which is consistent with the CDP and the CLRP. These uses will integrate into the existing residential office, medical office, restaurant, and retail uses within the overall Morganton Park North area.
And then the last factor is the proposed development will not cause the need for inefficient extensions and expansions of public utilities and facilities and services.
Yes, public utilities and infrastructure are in place to serve the proposed project. Utilities and roadways were constructed with other phases of the Morganton Park North project and contemplated the uses of the development of this area, and infrastructure was built to accommodate the overall development.
Okay, so based on your knowledge and experience and expertise, do you have an opinion as to whether the PDP as proposed meets those 4 criterion for approval of a PDP established under the UDO, and also the deviation section 3.5.14 F3?
Yes, I do.
What's your opinion?
That the proposed mixed-use project meets all 4 criteria for the approval of the PDP as described previously.
Okay. And have you read the staff report regarding this matter?
I have.
Have you read the alternative findings of fact proposed by the staff as attachment A and attachment B?
Yes, I have.
As between attachment A and attachment B, do you request that the board, if it's so inclined, adopt the findings of fact in attachment A, supporting approval of the PDP?
Yes, I would support attachment A.
Okay, do you have anything else to add by way of description or information that you'd like the board to hear?
I don't, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any more questions for Mr. Coates?
Good. Next witness is Travis Fluitt, traffic engineer. If I may, I've got a couple of handouts to give to the board.
And that will be Exhibit 4.
Yeah, these will be, I'll number them as we go through.
Okay.
But I just wanted you to have them in your hands so you can see them as we walk through. Okay, yeah, this is just, okay, you got part of it, but not all of it. It's everything's behind. So I'm going to, with the consent of the board, I'm going to skip the qualification questions for his expertise and ask that Travis Fluitt be admitted as an expert in the field of traffic engineering.
Should I introduce myself?
Sure, go ahead.
Travis Fluitt with Kimley Horn and Associates, 421 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, 27601.
All right, Travis, has your firm prepared a traffic impact analysis for this site?
Yes, we have.
What was your role in the preparation of the TIA for this site?
I oversaw the production of the TIA and signed and sealed the final report.
Are you familiar with the findings and conclusions of the TIA?
I am.
I wanted to go ahead and introduce into evidence the TIA as Exhibit 4, and that's the full 385-page job. And then what you have in front of you there is just the first 9 pages of it, the executive summary, and that'll be Exhibit 4A. So have you made yourself familiar with the Town of Southern Pines UDO, particularly requirements related to traffic?
I have.
Are you familiar with the proposed site plan for this PDP, at least as it regards traffic?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been to the geographic area that's covered by the TIA?
Yes, many times.
Would you please summarize your findings in the TIA for the council?
We studied 9 existing intersections, Morganton Road from Felton Capel over to Patriot Boulevard, and then Brucewood Road from Old Morganton to Carlisle Street, plus the future intersection of Carlisle Street at Tanglewood and the site driveway on Carlisle Street extension. We performed new traffic counts at all existing intersections. We added onto that 2% annual background growth. And then on top of that, traffic for 7 approved developments in the Morganton Park North and Morganton Park South areas. And then we added the projected site traffic for the residential and commercial aspects of this project. And at build-out, all intersections are expected to operate acceptably with no significant queuing issues.
Okay. So were you in attendance at the planning board meeting that was held on August 18th?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall that they raised a question about the reduction in the level of service from level of service B to level of service C at the full build-out at the intersection of Brucewood Road and Morganton Road?
Yes, I do.
And first of all, is level of service C considered an acceptable level of service overall?
It is.
Okay, and would you please explain to the council the practical difference in wait times at that intersection at full build-out compared to now? And there's an exhibit in your packet there that looks like this that he'll be speaking from.
And do they just have one or they have both? They have both, okay.
Yeah. Both pages.
Okay. So in the AM peak hour, the intersection currently operates at level of service B with an average delay of 14.8 seconds per vehicle. In the background condition, it's expected to continue to operate at B with an additional 3.6 seconds of delay per vehicle for a total average delay of 18.4 seconds per vehicle. Site traffic is expected to add approximately 2.1 seconds of delay per vehicle for a total of 20.5 seconds per vehicle. And the threshold from level of service B to C is 20 seconds. So it just barely tips over that threshold from B to C. In the PM peak hour, the intersection currently operates at level of service B, but with 19 seconds of delay per vehicle. And the background condition, growth and approved development traffic will add approximately 5.2 seconds of delay per vehicle for a total of 24.2 seconds of delay per vehicle. So again, going from B to C. And site traffic is only expected to add 1.7 seconds of delay per vehicle for a total of 25.9 seconds of delay per vehicle.
Okay, and did you prepare this two-page exhibit showing the bar graphs of those level of service impacts?
Yes, we did.
I'd like to go ahead and tender that as Exhibit 5 for the record. Okay. All right, I think you've already walked them through the.
Well, so the exhibits basically just show the existing traffic, the projected additional background traffic in orange, looks orange on that exhibit, and then the additional site traffic is gray. And below each of those columns, we've noted the change in delay from existing to background to build out, and at the very bottom, it notes the total change in delay.
So to capture that and summarize that, an average of an additional 5.7 seconds of wait time at the intersection in the morning, AM peak hour, and an average of 6.9 additional seconds of wait time at the intersection in the PM peak hour, and that's at complete build-out in 2025?
That is correct.
Okay. And of those 5.7 seconds and 6.9 second increases in wait times in the AM and the PM respectively, only 2.1 seconds and 1.7 seconds of wait time are actually being added by the traffic from this project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And not to make a mountain out of a molehill, because the change from B to C is still acceptable. It's one change in level of service, which per the UDO is acceptable, but we just wanted to explain that since it was brought up at planning board.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so getting towards the end here, did you submit the TIA to the North Carolina Department of Transportation? Oh, sorry, I skipped. Did you supply the TIA to the town engineer, Mr. James Mickle? PE?
Yes, we did.
And did Mr. Mickle have some questions and comments?
Yes, he did.
Did you respond to his questions and comments?
Yes, we did, but that did not result in any needed changes to the TIA.
Okay, to the best of your knowledge, is Mr. Mickle satisfied with those responses?
Yes, based on the staff report summary stating that Mr. Mickle has reviewed the TIA and agrees that no improvements are needed for the project based on all the study intersections being expected to operate at acceptable levels.
Okay, and did you also submit the TIA to the NCDOT for review and approval?
Yes, we did.
And did you receive a communication from the district engineer, Mr. Matthew Kitchen, PE, stating that the TIA as submitted is acceptable to the NCDOT?
Yes, we did.
Is this a copy of the August 9, 2022 email from Mr. Kitchen approving the TIA?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'd like to go, and you have that in your packet as well. I'd like to go ahead and move that, admission of that as Exhibit 6. So based on your TIA, the input of the acting town engineer, the NCDOT, and all of the other information and experience at your disposal pertinent to this project, do you have an opinion based on a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the street system is adequate to handle the projected traffic volumes generated by the project?
Yes, it is my opinion that the street system is adequate to handle the projected traffic volumes generated by this project.
Mr. Pate has a
So
question.
one quick question. So I understand that. I appreciate it. Your conclusions identified two F spots. They seem to be the two traffic lighted things, and I think one of them may be a right turn only. So does that generally mean that people are going to funnel back to the lighted connectors there, or if they use one of those two, it's not the best anymore because it's fallen to an F?
So we use two different models when we're modeling these things as part of one software package. One is Synchro and one is SimTraffic. Synchro is a deterministic model based on equations, and it does not do a great job with unsignalized intersections as they get more congested because it doesn't account for adjacent signals and intersections and the gaps that are created in traffic. So we looked at the simulations that look at queuing and actual delays based on the gaps in traffic. And the sim traffic showed much shorter delays, like level service B and C, as opposed to the F, and no queuing issues. So no backups at either of those intersections. Only occasional backup was maybe southbound Brucewood at Morganton in the P and peak hour. But other than that, no queuing issues, and the two intersections that were showing F actually operated much well.
And when this is done, if somebody's coming out of Tanglewood, I'm thinking wants to take a left on Morganton, they now can connect all the way up to the light instead of what they're having to do right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the Carlisle Street extension is going to give people more options.
Okay.
The delay on Tanglewood will still be long, but if people don't want to wait there, they can now get out.
Okay.
Travis, can you help me understand why you chose the background versus build out in 2025 instead of 2032 for your chart? So this is an increase of 2.1, and not that it's that big of a difference, but in your 2032 numbers, it's an increase in 3.1. And in the PM peak hours, it's still an increase of 2.2, but then you've got your highest number is 29.2. So I'm trying to figure out why you chose those numbers and not that you're just trying to minimize the differences.
Yeah, I mean, the change is still from B to C. Intersection still operates successfully. We just did this as an example.
Okay.
I don't recall specifically at the planning board whether the focus was on the build out or the 2032.
I feel like worst case scenario would make more sense. But, okay.
Based on your experience, do you have any reservations about approval of the requested PDP, at least based on the traffic concerns?
No, I do not.
That's all the questions I have.
Any other questions for Travis? Thank you for coming again.
Pleasure's all. The next one will be very short. My last witness is Tim Carpenter. You're brief, but concise, let's call it that. Again, we skipped the qualifying question, just tender him as an expert in the field of public engineering. Can you introduce yourself for the record?
Tim Carpenter, 140 Opposite Court, Aberdeen, North Carolina, OKC engineer.
If you made yourself familiar with the Southern Pines UGO, particularly the requirements of a valid PDP application set forth in section 2.18.H. And so there's 4 criteria, and it's criteria 4 that I'm interested in asking you about, which requires a finding, quote, that the proposed development will not cause the need for inefficient extensions and expansions of public facilities, utilities, and services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So do you have an opinion about whether that finding is met by this project?
I do. We don't feel as though this project would have the need for any efficient extensions of utilities, as the site is pretty well surrounded with water and sewer. We've consulted with the town engineer, Danny Fickle, about adequate capacity to serve the site, and everything is pretty much adjacent to gravity sewer extensions and relatively short water.
And you have a little sort of letter from the town?
It is.
Okay. And then with regards to stormwater control, do you have an opinion as to whether the public health, safety, comfort, and general welfare will be protected from the stormwater control?
Yes, we feel that it will be protected. As Bob Koontz alluded to earlier, there was a master stormwater pond built basically down on the kind of northwest corner of the site, designed to serve the majority of Morgan Park North. At the 10-year pre-budget requirements, and any water that we can't get there, we're prepared to handle with additional on-site measures.
That's all the questions I have.
Any questions for Mr. Carpenter? Thank you very much.
So those are all the witnesses that I have, and I would just wrap up our evidence portion of the case by saying that I think there's a substantial, competent material evidence that we've now placed into the record that the 4 findings that you need to make are met, and that there's adequate justification for the 3 deviations that are being requested. Thanks. Unless you have any questions, I'll get out of the way.
Very good. Thank you very much.
I have a quick question for Pam. Am I correct? I feel like in reading the packet, you ask that we include in any decision that there needs to be existing path improvements from South Carlisle to Tanglewood, which is already agreed upon, but you wanted to make sure it was in the motion.
That was my
Okay.
suggestion, really.
Oh.
It was agreed upon during the planning board meeting, but verbally, we'd like to have that more formalized.
Okay.
I'll put in there.
If we're good, I need a motion to close.
Does anybody else want to speak?
Anybody want to speak? Yeah, it is quasi judicial, but anybody wants to speak?
Okay. Okay, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Aye.
What is the desire of the council at this point?
I'll make a motion as to finding fact number one, that we find the application to be complete and the facts submitted are relevant to the case. Because the request for preliminary development plan approval has met the specified submittal requirements as required by the Town of Southern Pines UDO, the applicants have submitted adequate evidence addressing criteria for a preliminary development plan, and the evidence submitted was sworn testimony by qualified experts or provided through substantiated documentation.
Second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Let's see. And as to finding fact number two, I'll find that the town council finds the application. I move that we find the application complies with UDO section 218.5H for a preliminary development plan, criteria 1 through 4 in accordance with attachment A as provided by town staff.
Second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
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 And so I will now make a motion to approve the preliminary development plan for PD-10-22 with the following additional conditions. To change from the 80-foot street to 60-foot where delineated and discussed. The change in max building height, 45 to 40 feet. A parking, thank you. Pam's gonna get this right when she presents it back to us. That the parking will have flexibility, but with a cap of no more than 120 spaces per the commercial uses. And that also, the multi-use path that follows the southern edge of the wetlands will be improved to asphalt or compacted stone condition per town specifications.
Second.
Discussion?
You want to add that?
I think, so.
Did I get it all?
I think so. Pam, the path improvements that you mentioned in your notes, is that the same thing, the path improvements by the wetlands? Okay. So they're going to work with the staff to find a way to connect that path? Okay. All right. Sounds like we got it. I will second.
Pleasure of the council.
Nay.
Aye. All right, one more.
That was it.
You have to approve the PDP.
I thought I just did that. Yeah, I approved it with the conditions.
Oh, okay, gotcha, okay. Just making sure we did that, okay. All right. You're welcome. I got wrapped up in the changes. It is almost 10. Do we need a break? Quick break. 10 minutes.
That one should be straightforward. It's just tedious. That when Nick comes, these things are tedious.
10 minutes are up, so the next thing, I need a motion to open RA 02-22 Mechanic Street right-of-way abandonment.
So moved.
Second. Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Oh. James. I know. Maybe it's the one that was here that went there.
Yeah, I think it's making its way.
Well, we just needed to go to South Carolina. That's where they're from. Let them go.
But, I have just a real quick presentation to kind of summarize, how we got to this point. You know, if you recall from the August meeting, we discussed this, in great detail. But the original request came in, it was a request for abandonment of the Rhode Island right-of-way and Mechanic Street right-of-way. After all the research and presentation and counsel from the town attorney, Doug Gill, we made the determination, or we advised council at that time that it was probably not appropriate for council to take any action on Rhode Island, but if they wish to proceed with looking at Mechanic Street, that they could. So there was some further discussion. They decided that, you know, it was worthy of at least having public input before any decisions were made. So we are here today to have that discussion. If there are any questions, happy to answer them. I have a few quick housekeeping points, and then we can open it up to any public comments. And also representatives of the requester are here, so they can have some statements also.
Okay.
But a few housekeeping points. The town does not receive any Powell bill money from this right-of-way. There's not actually a street currently there, so that would not actually be on Powell bill map. As far as Mechanic Street goes, there is a existing sewer easement that runs down West Main that crosses through what would be part of the abandoned right-of-way on Mechanic Street. Part of this resolution would be to retain a small section of easement for that until it crosses over onto the requester's property, which there is already a sewer easement there.
Is the same thing true for the Rhode Island part? What's that little square on that?
That is not an easement, that is just showing the intersection of Mechanic Street and Rhode Island.
Okay.
Since they're both there, one and the same, we're just lumping that in as part of the Mechanic Street.
Okay.
Any questions for James?
Are all rights of way, are you able to find all rights of way for any street in Southern Pines in the town council minutes?
As far as whether or not it is accepted.
As far as whether or not it exists.
I would say no to your question, because most right-of-ways are not, at least historically, had not been discussed by council.
Correct, I agree with you.
There are definitely instances where roads were being paved many years ago before we had a very well-paved system. So you'll see mention of them in those cases. Very rarely you would see a formal acceptance by council of a right-of-way. But yeah, it is definitely not a common occurrence to find detailed discussion of right-of-ways back in old meeting minutes.
Okay, so it's a rare event to have a right-of-way documented in any council minutes.
Old times. Nowadays, we have a much more formal process, just like with the Arboretum that, I think that's on next month. It's actually.
It's actually
Later this evening, yeah.
It's this one.
Right, I understand, right. It's on, I think, consent agenda, maybe. It's about 1 AM is the way I'm looking at it. Yeah, the way we're going. So it's possible that a right-of-way exists on Rhode Island that you were unable to find. Is that correct?
That is a possible, feasible, plausible statement. It's an absolute no, but based on all the research we went through,
Right.
we cannot find any evidence to the contrary.
Right. But there's not necessarily evidence to the contrary with any of the rights-of-way that come out. I mean, is that correct? I mean, am I?
So again, we look at each right-of-way individually when these requests come in, we make an assessment, and we present the information that we find at that time.
Okay.
We
All right.
don't keep a running record like that, it really comes into there case by case.
Okay. Okay.
If I can just.
Actually, the Powell bill map would be an example of a record that would lay out an awful lot of what are recognized as right-of-ways.
That's a good point. Right-of-ways that we know are all right-of-ways are well
Mhm.
documented. Those unopened right-of-ways that always are ones to question, those are the ones that we have to look at case by case.
Okay.
The most, I guess, one of the most recent right-of-ways coming up of Glover Street, going up underneath where the school, in order to facilitate acquisition of the school, that area that went underneath had to be abandoned. Because I had so many people who kind of misunderstood the whole concept of abandonment. Like, why are they abandoning our street, you know? And, well, yeah, but it's a necessary thing for.
And how did that right-of-way, how was that right-of-way documented that you're talking about on Glover Street?
It was actually within, as I recall, the deeds that the school had. John Barath had come across
Okay.
that, and it was determined that, and at the time that the school was built, the town apparently did not abandon the right-of-way because it was a town right-of-way and it was a town school at the time
Right.
it was built.
Right.
When it got transferred over to the county, apparently no one thought to take out the town right-of-way from underneath the building. But before they could transfer it to ultimately the land trust, but before they could transfer it to anyone, they had come across that probably in their title search and had approached the town about going ahead and cleaning that up.
So it's fair to say that rights-of-way are pretty messy business.
They can be, yes.
Okay. I still think that a Rhode Island right-of-way exists, and have a real problem with the fact that we've eliminated that, but,
Clarify the point, staff's position is not that Rhode Island right-of-way does not exist. Our essential position, and Doug, if you can correct me if I get this off, is that it does not exist as a town right-of-way. It is not a right-of-way that the town controls.
right. Okay.
It very well could be a private right-of-way by some other entity out there, but that becomes a private property.
And Mr. Gill made it abundantly clear that we, as he said, we don't have a dog in this hunt, isn't that?
And it's probably
Words?
fair to assume that it was recognized as a private right-of-way at some point, because if I recall, there was a document filed in 2002 actually retracting any offer of dedication to the town, which tells me that someone in 2002 at least recognized that they had a private right-of-way or easement across their property.
Okay, just, I have a problem with the whole process. I have a problem with the fact that we had that on our agenda as a right-of-way with the question as to whether or not to abandon, and then we abandon it without any hearing or hearing from anybody who might have an opposition to that. That lacks transparency, and I'm concerned about it. So thanks. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I will open up the floor to the requester if they have a statement or if they're in public.
Thanks, Nick Robinson, Bradshaw Robinson's father and Rainer Kisbrough, here on behalf of the requester, the applicant for the abandonment. And I would just say that the EDO and the state statute established two things that for determining whether or not an abandonment is appropriate. That one, that the street or alley is not contrary, closing the street or alley is not contrary to public interest. And I'd say that's conclusively shown. There's not a roadway there at this time. And then that no individual owning property in the vicinity of the street or alley in which it is located would thereby be deprived of reasonable means of ingress or egress to his property, which is also not the case. So I think you have everything before you to determine to cause the abandonment to be approved. And happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Nick? Okay, I think that we have some public comment. Someone? Okay. Yeah, you got to get closer.
So, thank you for your service, and thank you for allowing this public comment. I know we've talked about this before.
You got to speak up.
Over last month, we've got a few additional information that may be helpful to everyone.
Are you sure that thing is on?
I think it is.
Does it? Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
There you go.
Will you give us your name one more time?
Marguerite Ricker and Randy Ricker, my husband, we live at 45 Village Green Circle. Yeah, so to be clear, we did not find documentation that the city actually has the right-of-way to Rhode Island, just like the gentleman was talking about, but we did find the following information. The agenda item of August 9th, 2016, from Senior Planner Chris Kennedy to Town Manager Reagan Parsons, refers to the Public Works Department receiving paperwork in April of 2016 for a request that the Town Council consider abandonment of 2 streets. It's the same 2 streets we're talking about today, North Mechanic Street and West Rhode Island Street. In the Town Council minutes of November 2nd, 2016, it states the right-of-way abandonment of North Mechanic Street and West Rhode Island Street were tabled on August 3rd, 2016. So it would appear a decision about the right-of-way still needs to be made by the council. Slide 2 talks about the area we're talking about. So I would think it would be a little unsettling to the developer if documentation isn't found in subsequent years stating that the city has the right-of-way to Rhode Island. For the sake of discussion today, we'll assume both streets need to be abandoned by the city, and that's a major point for them to be able to accomplish their plan approved back on February 28th, and this is why. We have concerns about water management and how it relates to these 2 streets. We asked the Town Council to make sure a robust water management plan is in place before you give up the right-of-way of any streets. Small steps the council takes today will make a huge difference tomorrow. We would like our focus today to be on what would make this apartment project succeed, especially for the would-be tenants. We want to emphasize a need to build responsibly. The first plan set forth for Patrick's Point, that I'll call Plan A, included 4 water retention ponds. In Plan B, the plan that got approved, there are no retention ponds. The applicant used the bargaining chip to move their buildings 20 feet further from Village Green and closer to Highway 1, and by doing so, the water basins disappeared from the plan that got approved. So this is significant. When Bill Davis developed the Village Green in the 1970s, he realized he had to reduce the density his density to produce a successful product. Units 28 through 30 were never built, and the street goes wide there. The addresses are just missing. He encountered water from natural springs on Green 4, but he didn't go far enough. In archived letters I found dated a few years after the village was built, the residents of Unit 27 and 31 complained that their heating ducts were filling with water and they were having electrical problems because of water. Under threat of litigation by the homeowners, Bill Davis was called back, and he rectified the problem by putting in a pipe that runs parallel to the street behind homes 31 and 35. It turns at 35, dumps into the street, and then follows the street in a downward path toward 31, and then it diverts out onto Village Green property in a little like ditch type situation. And so just beyond that, the water's going to follow, Village Green is up here, Patrick's Point, the would-be parcel is down here. So the water goes down, and what's significant there is it hits at the intersection of Mechanic and Rhode Island, and that's where a building is supposed to go. So that's concerning. So this would be in close proximity to Mr. Ganow's where Mr. Ganow, the builder right next to this parcel where Patrick's Point would be built, wisely put a water retention pond, and it always seems to have water in it, I should say. A second intersection of consternation is North Mechanic Street and West Main Street, where there is considerable erosion beginning at the end of the developed portion of the street and where the pavement of West Main Street ends. There is serious erosion all the way down to the service road, that'll be slide 5, and this is a location where the applicant wisely was going to put in a retention pond before the ponds were removed altogether. So we caution you not to tie your hands at the site approval meeting by hastily giving up right-of-way of North Mechanic Street and West Rhode Island Street today. To do it right, shouldn't there be sufficient room for apartment buildings plus retention ponds? So we're asking the applicant to consider decreasing the number of buildings and add in retention ponds to make this a successful development. Please take another thorough look at how they are going to address the significant water issues, knowing that there are so many lakes and ponds in the area due to natural springs, not to mention the runoff because of this parcel land being at the bottom of a hill and a much lower elevation than Village Green. This last slide shows what would be a main access point to Patrick's Point. This is West Connecticut Street connecting with the service road. The road is not quite totally washed out.
That road is going to be paved. That service road is going to be paved by the applicant. Do you all want to address
And the
the,
stormwater will all be addressed at the
Stormwater will-
TRC and by Mr. Mickle. And James, is that basin they showed on the Gano property, is that still a sediment basin as opposed to retention at this point in time? I don't know where the erosion control permit with that project is.
I want to say that permit is still open, waiting for the actual townhomes to be built.
Okay, that's what I thought just looking at the picture.
Still an erosion basin.
Okay.
When they took away the ponds, it became very vague comments about water control. That's what we just urge you to keep an eye on.
Yeah, they will have a requirement to control pre-post, even when you see those ponds on the conceptual drawings, that's what they are, is they're conceptual. Once they get down to the engineering level, they will have to do something to retain the water, whether it's ponds that you see, or there are instances in commercial settings where they'll actually do in parking lot sorts of retention underneath. But those are all matters that Mr. Mickle and the TRC will be taking a look at when this gets to site plan.
It's just not clear to us how that many buildings plus water ponds, how it can all work out.
Yeah. I will also quickly address the suggestion that there was a tabled matter relative to a Rhode Island abandonment. When the previous application came through for apartments, which you may all recall some discussion around during this process, there was a request very similar to what was put in this time around for abandonment of Rhode Island and Mechanic Street. There was not any mention of 2002 reversal, nor did much further discussion or research take place at that time relative to Rhode Island, because what occurred was the council had tabled it and said they did not want to make a decision relative to the right-of-way until such time that they made the zoning decision on what at that time was just an apartment complex. Ultimately, as you are aware, on that particular one, council turned down the application for apartment complex based upon, in part, the lack of any sort of office use there. That was the reasoning given at the time of denial. When suit was filed against the town on that zoning decision, again, the tabled matter of the right-of-way continued to remain tabled. However, the applicant for both the apartment complex and then ultimately they were the applicant for the right-of-way abandonment, lost, as I recall, lost their option on the property. And at the time they lost their option, another buyer came in and offered Linda Leith, I'm told the same amount of money, I've not verified that, in order to basically take it off of Leith's hands. And that was Mr. Mazer, who I believe is the seller in this transaction. So the court case went away because the applicant no longer had any sort of right to the land, nor was the applicant at that point interested in a right-of-way abandonment because they weren't going to be able to do a project on land they didn't own at that stage, and the issue sort of went away. So it's not that there is a matter before the council that's been tabled since 2016. There is the only request for abandonment at this time is the one that that Mr. Robinson has brought forward on behalf of his client in Patrick's Point.
And yet, there was an assertion at the time that there was a right-of-way for the town in 2016 of Rhode Island.
The way that was being handled in 2016, again, the request came in, the council had set, I do not recall, I'll be honest, I do not recall if what got tabled was the request to set a hearing or if they waited till the hearing to just set it aside. But again, I don't recall any knowledge of the 2002 retraction, and that basically the research that James and BJ and Doug put in on this particular one as a result of the way that the application came in was not something that had occurred in 2016.
Right, okay. But I guess my point is, there was an assertion, there was a belief at that time that the town had a right-of-way there, and I think that's important and may warrant adverse possession in that case, if they had asserted that right prior to 2016. So,
It's been determined that the town doesn't own anything, doesn't have.
determined, I mean, James has given us a lovely opinion. I don't know that it's been determined. We never had a hearing on it. Everybody simply said, yeah, okay, fine.
This is also an opportunity for someone to find opposing facts, and nothing has been brought to us.
And I think that they have, if it's.
If there's something there, somebody owns it, it's just not ours. So there's venue for private.
How do you know it's not ours?
Because our staff and attorney who's researched it has told us it's not our fight to jump in. We have no standing to have that fight. Also, I assume, I mean, y'all have to satisfy a title company as to that variance, and if there's enough question there, they're not going to insure you or make an exception. So people are looking at the issue, I mean, which they'd have to get that for. So I'm just going off the advice of our council that we don't have standing to even enter it. I mean, I understand your.
Okay, yeah, and I respectfully disagree. That's fine. That's fine. There, thank you.
What is the pleasure of the council on AR 0222? Any other comments out there?
And just again, I asked this question last time, but I just want to reiterate again. I guess Bob, I can't remember if it was you or I can't remember his name. I think he was there. Maybe he answered it. Logan. That as to the, I guess, Mechanic Street abandonment, I think our whole process and the tedious discussions we've had is we want to make sure this is as user-friendly and works as best as it can. And I think it was reiterated that the abandonment here will allow for best use for that end section of whether it's placement or buffers, absolutely will allow it to be better than it would be without the abandonment. And I think you answered in the affirmative, but I just want to double check.
Yeah, that is correct. It allows for additional buffer and setback in that area.
Any other discussion? Need a motion to close?
I so move.
A second.
Pleasure.
Aye.
What is the pleasure of the council on AR 02-22?
I'll move that the proposed right-of-way vacation request is not contrary to public interest and that no individual owning property in the vicinity of the street or alley or in the subdivision in which it's located would thereby be deprived of reasonable means of ingress, egress to their property.
Second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Therefore, I further move to approve the order to vacate sections of the town rights-of-way as drafted in this RA-02-22.
Second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We now move into action items. This is AR 1922. This is Morganton Park South Phase 1 Amendment. Taylor, I want to thank you for making the suggestions that you made at the last meeting. And I want to thank Bill for making those changes. I think it's an improved project. That along with a courtyard, that was good too. So I'm looking to however you want to move forward on AR 1922. Discussion? Okay. I need something.
Given the changes, I'm very pleased that during architectural review, they were willing to bring things up to our code to better meet our standards and make, I feel like, aesthetic improvements. So I would move to approve AR-19-22.
Second.
Council.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Bill.
That bill, not me.
No, this bill. Thank you too, I don't care. And thank you for coming back. The next one is AR 20-22, another architectural review for Morganton Park South Apartments, 3 buildings, residential units. I'm looking for,
You want a motion to open the hearing?
well, it's an action item, there's no hearing. I just need an approval of, or not.
I move to approve AR-20-22.
I'd actually like to be
Morganton Park
heard.
South,
Sorry.
Phase 2 apartments.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me second, and then we'll have the discussion. You can say your part.
I still have a big problem with the fact that we have 269 units and we have ingress and egress for 13 units per opening. We have, I don't have a problem with 269 since we basically created that deal, but I do have a huge problem with the design that's so far from the UDO, it's not even funny. I'm astonished if we approve this.
I guess, I mean, I thought I heard, and BJ explained from his professional standpoint, I know he's not here, Pam is, the design that was intended to make sure didn't happen, which I guess this does, I mean, my understanding was this does not the kind of a Swedish, where you open one door to get to 4, like 8, 10 or more doors. And I thought he explained that the reasoning kind of behind the UDO and not fitting with this was my understanding, but, you know.
It's a non-compliance issue. It means we're not following any of the rules that we have in place if we approve it, unless and until the architect goes back and addresses the architecture in a way, in a manner that complies with the UDO. It's just one deviation after another, after another, after another. And I'm not willing to support that. And it saddens me that we keep supporting that. Why do we have the rules if we're not going to follow them?
I was not at the meeting, so those of you who were.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's just one thing we can clarify, because it comes up, I mean,
All the time.
that one nuance, it comes up for design and architecture.
Well, I mean, the first answer was, well, it's 4 units within a door to 4 units, and so we're going to have the front and the back door, and that means we can use 8 units, and now we're going to have 13 units off of an entrance and an exit. So I'm obviously really frustrated, and I obviously have a really difficult time if that is our UDO and that is our existing CLRP, and we turn our back on that and say, oh, doesn't matter, we're fine, that's okay. I mean, that to me is not leadership.
Are we in fact turning our back on the CLRP?
I think you are, if you're not following the UDO. I think we would be if we approved it. I think they need to go back and redesign the apartments. We've already talked about a deviation. It's been, I joined with the group on that because it was cleaning up a 600 apartment cap, and we have an agreement supposedly that's now going to be 483 cap in that area of Morganton Park, and now the rules don't apply again. I feel like the tail is wagging the dog. And I'm really frustrated by the fact that we are supposed to be making responsible decisions that reflect the rules that we have in place. If what everybody wants to do is change the rules, then I think we should have a planning session where we talk about that, and we have an appropriate UDO stance that reflects our wants and needs. But I think that we have a responsibility to follow the rules that are in place and follow the procedures that are in place. Enough said.
I think we're following the rules. I think there might be different perspectives on that, and those subtle perspectives might be, where the issues are.
I don't think there's a rule that allows for 13 units to use the same ingress and egress.
Well, I think that if there's a fire, people need to be able to get out on either end, and that just sounds like safety to me.
It does sound like safety. And that's I assume, and I wasn't here when it was created, but I assume that is the original reason behind the original UDO stipulation. And if we want to disregard all those rules, then
I don't think it's disregard, it's an interpretation, and that's your interpretation. His is
it's a strong deviation.
his interpretation.
That is not a strong deviation. That's my interpretation.
It's a deviation that's come up several times. And I think every time it comes up, the staff has responded that the way that it's worded in our UDO is maybe not actually, these multifamily housing units cannot actually reflect the way that it's worded in our UDO. And it's not a first-time deviation. It has come up several times. I feel like, hammered our staff on it, and the conclusion has been it needs to be rewritten because it's not. And I agree it should be rewritten, so I don't want to stick to an old rule that doesn't make sense when, in fact, we are going through the process of rewriting it
And
as
this
we speak.
particular standard predates even the CLRP process. That is one of the standards that came out of the multifamily moratorium and task force that was right around 2004, early 2005, when concerns regarding multifamily were far different than what you lose sleep over these days. But it was a derivative of those conversations and not, and predated the CLRP at the very least.
There are some very strong community concerns about multifamily now, and I think we should follow the rules or rewrite them and have it be a transparent procedure.
And I think if we go into the conversation about community perspectives on multifamily, we have to be very careful that we don't exclude certain communities because implications for one segment of the town in referring to community might jeopardize some real opportunity in other parts of the town. So I just think we need to be careful in that language.
What did you all want to do with AR 2-22?
Well, there's been a motion and a
Motion and second, and pleasure of the council.
Given that our staff recommended that density right here makes sense, and this is the way that I think the density has to be built, I'm going to vote aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Last thing on action items is Resolution 1025, accepting the roads at the Arboretum subdivision. And you all have been very patient sitting out there, so thank you. Thank you. There's somebody's water that they might need it when they, you got a long drive, ha ha.
Again, on this item, and I think Pam may be pulling up the map that is 462 of 517 in your packet, but the roads that will appear in pink there, this simply adopts or dedicates the remaining right-of-ways within the Arboretum subdivision that have not yet been dedicated to the town and do not yet appear on our PAL bill map.
It's just action item. I mean, I'll move to accept the roads within Arboretum subdivision RD-02-22 as found in the staff report materials.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Aye.
Next thing is the consent agenda. As Mr. Parsons went over, there were 10 items. Personally, I'm glad to see 2 people want to be on the Appearance Commission. It's kind of my baby. So unless you have questions about the consent agenda and minutes or whatever, I just need one motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That being said, this meeting stands adjourned.
Question about the school zone. Are there going to be, there's going to be signage and flashing lights, all that kind of stuff? Not flashing lights, just signage.
Just signage.
But then the speed limit changes during school hours, so how is that?
The hours, yeah.